I want you and that young man to tie that knot. I'm gonna pray for you. And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand, because he helped Joshua fight the battle of Jericho.
It's the
Yes.
O
He
dot
helped
N
Daniel
dot
get
E
out the
dot
lion's den.
period.
He helped Gilligan get off the island.
Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to the children? Why you lying to the children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been to bed. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the blitz. We will not see you tomorrow. Cause you cannot go to Thora. All the sons and all the daughters. Standing hard with big manotas. But my son, he made me Taurus. Karate kicking Chuck Norris, 4-5 on my waist. If he started, will not hesitate to get retarded. Oh lordy, he ain't got a PowerPoint, he farted. He running to the hills like a Philistine. G-Hawk hitting Hamites with the guillotine. Situation turned up with the ratchet team. JJ7000 to the debate league. I know them haters gon' hate me, but he won't debate me. Pistol off safety. He respond, come wake me. If I don't get up, nigga shake me. If he don't show up, then he fake G. I touch down and make these nigga nuts hate me. Dear brother, ballin' and crawling all the way from H-Time. Let me get straight to the business. Man, them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? You gon' cry, you gon' get it. Me, I'm like a frog, nigga, ribbit. Of course, it's in the spirit. I just got the Porsche, she can steer it. Michael got the raw, Shaq and Willie. Lamborghini doors, you better not spill it. Mama's high, say I'm more than just a villain. Mama's cry, I'm dope and wide for her children. Suicide, immortalized as the realest, yeah. Death by cop, black suicide. Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I been up there. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the blitz. Wow, what's that? Why ain't they taking over? Number one debate league, you heard me? When it's up, it's stuck. I'm stepping on everything, nigga. Metaphorically, of course.
Yeah! Lions is in the building. Oasphe, get out your goddamn feelings. You know what I'm saying? It's JJ7000. God dang it, we finna bang on these old Oasphe characters once again. That's right. JJ back home. You know what I'm saying? We about to get it in. And y'all get your pencil, your notepad, take notes. Because you know how we do over here, man. We bring out the facts. You know what I'm saying? But before we get into all the meat and potatoes, man, I got to go ahead and introduce Sister Karima. Go ahead, Queen.
What it do? If y'all like the information, you already know. Hit that like button, share it to a friend. How y'all doing?
Shalom, Queen Karima.
All right, man.
Shalom,
You know, we got a couple of
shalom.
we got some heavy hitters on the panel, man. You know, Oasphe, I know you're shaking over there in your Jehovah boots right now. You see these heavy hitters up here, man. We finna bring out the facts. You know, hey, all them lies and deceitful tricks you've been doing, it ain't gonna work today. It didn't work yesterday neither, or the day before that. That's right. Hey, let me give a shout out to Sashaka Plus Beats. I see you, Dominique, and I am Manna, and everybody, the rest of the Lions Den family, man. Hey, we finna put another nail in the coffin. That's what we doing over here. Like I
Nail in
said.
the coffin.
Before heavy hitter debate league, I see you peeking around out the bushes. Come on in. But let me go ahead and introduce a couple of these heavy hitters because we finna go on and bang Well, like I said, y'all already know this brother right here. This is one of my buddies right here, one of the heavy hitters in the debate league circuit. He'd been all around from Solar Vision to the Lions Den to Sinetta TV and all over. They fear him when he jump on the panel. I'm talking about no other than Elder Yara. Go ahead, Aki.
Shalom, JJ7000 CEO, Lions Den in the building, Queen Karima in the building. Appreciate you. We got our brother Wilson Payne on the panel today. We're going to be dropping some atomic bombs on these Oasphe, Waspians. We're going to drop them on it today. We're in the building. Trust me, we ain't running from it. We running to it, head on, full blast. We're going to knock them down as they stand. They going down like dominoes. We ain't pulling no punches today. Hey, we bringing it out. We bringing it out. Our whole objective is we don't want to hear from you again. We want to bomb you. We want to bomb you out the conscious community. Shout out to the people, man. Shout out to the chat. Lions Den in the building, man. Let's get it.
Lions in the building. Get out your feelings. All right, man. And the new member of the Team Yara team, you know, one of the Oasphe killers. He was once part of the Oaspes. Hey, he felt they wasn't treating him right. He had to get out. You ever seen that movie Get Out? That's what he did. That's right. You ever seen Surviving R. Kelly? This is even worse. Surviving Oasphe, the book coming out soon. I'm talking about no other than Wilson Payne, Elder Wilson Payne. Go ahead and introduce yourself, family.
Hey, hello everybody. Hey, yeah, just for the record, there was no R. Kelly stuff going on.
I don't know, man. I heard they was touching little boys and stuff. I don't know, man. Like I say, it's worse than R. Kelly.
Well, yeah, there was some bad groups in the 70s and 80s. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But go ahead and tell everybody, since it's your first time over here, go ahead and tell everybody a little bit about yourself and what you kind of went through and how you got up out of the situation and things of that nature. Go ahead, family.
Yeah, so I got introduced to Oasphe when I was about 13 years old. My dad had it and my grandfather had it. And so when I turned 13, my dad loaned me my grandfather's Oasphe. And I just started flipping through it, just not reading it cover to cover. And that was around 1963. I'm 73 years old. So about 4 or 5 years later, I run into this lady on the West Coast that has an Oasphe group. And I get recruited into this group by a bunch of newsletters. We didn't have email. We didn't have the internet in those days. We had to write letters. So anyway, I got recruited with my best friend out of high school and my younger brother, and my best friend's girlfriend came as well. So it was just like 5 of us, and before you know it, there was like 24 of us, 24 adults in this group in Southern California. And you know, it didn't start out crazy. It was just mostly about, it was kind of churchy. It was kind of like the Oasphe version of any Baptist church. We sang songs, and we had like Sabbath on Friday night and that kind of stuff. But unbeknownst to us, the leader was borderline schizophrenic. And so she had all these visions and crazy dreams and stuff that she was taking as real. And she went off the deep end and she turned it into a Oasphe Bible UFO cult. And so
wait a minute now. Hold up now. Say that one more time. It would turn into a what? Go ahead.
It was an Oasphe Bible UFO doomsday cult. And to top it off, it was
I told y'all.
almost identical to Heaven's Gate, if you're familiar with that cult. But
Yes, we are.
we were like on a 60 calorie a day diet for 2 years. So I'm 6'3" and I was down to 130 pounds. So I
soaking wet.
So 130 pounds soaking wet. And all of us had lost weight on this crazy diet. And the cult leader would keep us up from 5 in the morning till at least 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock every night for 2 years. And before long, she had us all brainwashed and thinking that a UFO ship was going to come down to Earth and rescue us, and we would go to live on the moon for a couple of years while Jehovah came and basically killed off anybody that didn't read Oasphe. So just that whole story, I'll tell that story another time because it's really bizarre. I mean, it's the strangest thing you ever heard in your life. But she had a real con man from Chicago involved in this thing. And the way she was able to attract people, she was saying that, story in 2 sentences, but she was saying that he died, but before he died, he got an Oasphe and he converted to Oasphe. So according to this cult leader, this mafia figure had left all the fortunes of the mafia to the faithist movement, and that with this money we were supposed to spread a worldwide faithist movement. Well, there was no mafia godfather. I mean, the whole thing was made up. There was no money. It's a made up story. So obviously there's no mafia money. But what happened is she sent out a newsletter, and I'll post it one of these days. I have all the literature from that cult. But anyway, she put out a newsletter, and before you know it, she's got like 2,000 Oasphe members because she's promising everybody a free credit card that's backed up by mafia money. It doesn't get any crazier than that.
Right. Wow. Real quick, JJ, if I may, and
come in whenever you want.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question. Now, you said that she was this head of mafia, this mafioso guy.
He left out the story of Kennedy. I believe that she was promising the Kennedy, like he was still alive and he was supposed to pay for that or something.
How did you know about that?
We've been doing our research.
Yeah.
So you
So
you've evidently done your research, but part of this was a whole con game this cult leader was pulling on these people, and part of that was with this con man from Chicago. His name was supposedly John Cook, but he was posing as the deceased president, John F. Kennedy, and he was claiming that after he was shot in Dallas, that the quote unquote UFO people came and picked him up, took him up into heaven, and fixed his brain and put a steel plate in his head.
Wow.
And and then dropped him back down to earth. And one thing led to another, and all of a sudden he's in Peoria, Illinois. He's got J. Edgar Hoover's house on one side. He's got the mafia godfather on the other side.
Hoover.
And so this guy, John Cook, was posing. He came out from Chicago at one time, and he was posing as John F. Kennedy. And his wife was posing as Jackie, and she had her hair exactly like Jackie Kennedy, and she had the big glasses,
wow.
The big fashion sunglasses.
Yeah.
They had a daughter, a blonde-haired daughter that was posing as Caroline, and they had a little boy with blonde hair that was posing as John. So it was a very elaborate con. And this con artist, John Cook, he was going around the country to different faithist groups and saying, hey, I'm going to get this mafia money. Could you loan me like $4,000 until the executors of the will of this mafia don, could you loan me some money until this big money comes through, and then I'll pay you back double or whatever. So this guy moved in down the street. He had a big power boat. He had a custom-made motorcycle that was a three-wheeler with a Volkswagen engine, and it was very powerful. And he would rip up and down the street, terrorizing the neighborhood. And he just had all of this cash, but he had no job. He was just rolling in gold chains, and he had no means of support, but yet he had all of these
bling
bling stuff. And I mean, back in the 70s, all this stuff was very expensive that he was rolling with. But anyway, you're operating under sleep deprivation, so you're so tired you can't fight back about what this woman is saying, and you just go along with it. And finally, I realized that I was in a madhouse, and I escaped one morning. We lived in apartments a few miles away, and then we would come to her house. And so we would ride our bicycles over. We all had 10 speeds. We'd ride over, and then we start the brainwashing session. Well, I just didn't show up one morning, and I headed out for the Greyhound bus station. And my mom wired me some money instantly. By the afternoon, I was in LA, and by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I was on a jet plane back to Texas. So, I got out of there. But, being in that condition where somebody's pounding Oasphe on you 24 hours a day,
it's crazy.
It really has a lasting effect on you. And so that's kind of basically the story of how I got into it and how I got out of it.
Hallelujah.
Yeah. I want to ask you this, Wilson. I want to ask you this really quickly. What is it in the Oasphe, in the book itself, that would have allowed so many people to be bamboozled and fooled and tricked and lied to, and believing that they could isolate themselves, give up all that money, they're going to be taken up to the moon and picked up by this God they call in Jehovah? What specifically, if you can, in the Oasphe?
Yeah, so everybody that her name was Mary Lou Brown. So everybody she recruited had already dabbled in Oasphe, and that was something that, whether they had read the whole thing or not, I don't think any of us before going there read the whole thing or not. But we were all people that had Oasphe in our libraries, and we just happened to get one of these newsletters and get recruited into this group. But it didn't start out crazy. It was just like a little church group getting together and singing and talking about Oasphe and that kind of stuff. But once you moved in, you were on this restricted diet, and you were kept up. You were kept awake like 18 hours, 19, 20 hours a day for 2 years straight. So you're always tired. Wow. You're always hungry. The woman is constantly brainwashing you with Oasphe, but she has her own mental illness, so she has all of this extra stuff on top of it, and that's the dangerous part. They start hammering this stuff on you, and because you're so tired and because you're so hungry, you'll go along with anything if you're trapped. If you have like no family to go back to, which a lot of people did, or a lot of people told their family to drop dead and then they went and joined the cult. Well, they couldn't go back there. So it's not so much what's in Oasphe as how the cult leader just keeps hammering it on you and hammering and keeping you awake, keeping you sleep deprived, keeping you starving so your brain starts to shut down. You're not getting any protein at all. And before long, you just can't, you're in a brain fog and you cannot think. And that's kind of how it happened with me and everybody else. And from what I understand, and the other thing they do is they cut you, this is the dangerous thing, they cut you off from your family. You can't talk to your family on the phone.
Man.
You cannot write. You cannot write. You cannot write your family a letter. You can't talk to them on the phone. You cannot read any book besides Oasphe. You cannot watch TV. You cannot watch the news.
Watch Good Times.
You cannot. Well, we have the internet now, so you wouldn't be able to use the internet to, surf the internet and listen to music. You couldn't listen to any music either because that was evil. You could conceivably, if you had a tape recorder, you could play some stupid song that we sang yesterday at the church meeting. But you're completely cut off from everybody, and so this cult leader is the only source of information that you have, and it's all crazy. And you're so tired, you just go along with it. And I don't know if you've ever seen these Jim Jones movies, but Jim Jones was very aggressive with his followers in Guyana in the northern part of South America. He would call them into a meeting and he'd single somebody out and he would just embarrass them and shame them in front of the crowd and call them every name in the book and then get them to denounce their mother or father. It's a really sick thing. But this cult leader that I was in, she was doing exactly the same thing. She was like browbeating you. If you did any little thing that upset her, she would call you in front of the group and just browbeat you and hammer on you for like 2-3 days in front of the group. And it really has a real damaging effect on you. But back to your question, it's not so much what's in the Oasphe, because you can read something in any book and just ignore what it says. You take it with a grain of salt. But when you have a cult leader hammering this stuff on you night and day, keeping you awake, and you're getting like a little muffin, a bran muffin, and some orange juice to drink, and that's it for the day.
Bran muffins. Hold on. Bran muffins and apple peels. Let me say something. Let me pause you for a second. Now, see, over at the Lions Den, over at the Lions Den, we have people who are atheists, Muslim, Christians, everybody from all walks of life. They all get a wrench over here. So some of these guys and gals that's in this audience are Oaspes. They're Oaspes, and they can't stand that this truth is coming out. This guy really lived this experience. You guys are dealing with an internet group of idiots who don't even read the book. Oh, y'all look crazy having them on here. When he really went through this. Dredman Cosmine, you ain't went to one faithless goddamn church in your whole life. Any of y'all. I'm going to get the names of some of these goddamn bozos, man. Like, if you ain't going to come over and be respectful, you're going to have to ride the hell out. I'm not playing. Now what? Dreadful Cosmine? Who else in here want to run their goddamn mouth? I mean, you guys, this guy went through bran muffin flakes and goddamn apple peels, sleep deprivation. He really went through this. You guys are internet goddamn Oaspes. Ain't none of y'all living in a whole goddamn commune of a family of goddamn 10 or more. None of y'all. But you want to sit here and scoff, and he trying to tell you the dangers of this. It's over 16 goddamn groups, over 16 doomsday cult groups right now today that's associated with Oasphe.
Oh, that's incorrect. Those groups were up until like 89, and
they got rid of them.
Well, they, in '79, Jim Jones managed to kill all these people in Jonestown. So people started waking up about cults, and all of a sudden, things like Oasphe weren't such a great idea after all. But there was like 15. There was 15 UFO cults. There was 15 UFO cults in Southern California. There was a huge one in Western Australia that had over 200 people.
Yep.
They were waiting for a UFO too. There was another one in Northern California that was 3 homosexual Oasphe kind of priests, and they were drugging runaway boys with LSD and raping them. And I talked to one of the boys, and I was trying to get, I had talked to one of the boys. I was trying to get police involved in this. There was another group in Georgia, in Tiger, Georgia. It wasn't so cultish, but one of the members they woke up one morning and the guy's head is bashed in, and $10,000 in cash of his life savings that he had in his room disappeared. So somebody killed this guy in Tiger, Georgia, and took his money. And I know people that were in that cult. And there were earlier cults around 1906 that starved 12 children to death in Arboles, California. They were feeding these kids once or twice a day with boiled potatoes or boiled potatoes with cashews. And so they had a bunch of, the state and a bunch of doctors were giving them orphan babies.
Brothers of the Light. They was doing that.
Yeah.
Brothers. But anyway, there's been a lot of deaths, and there's been a lot of attempts to start one of these quote unquote kingdom on earth, but they've all been very dangerous, and they've all seemed to have had some crazy cult leader that had a fantasy about being rescued by a UFO. Now, today, they may be spinning a different story altogether, that maybe they're going to be rescued by R. Kelly. I don't know, but
right.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. But
hold up, y'all. We got another guest. Wait a minute.
Let me finish one thing. Cult leaders are always refining their story. Cult leaders are always refining their story, and whatever doesn't work, they get rid of, and they try something else. And if it kind of works with the followers, then they elaborate on that, and they get their hooks into you, and then that's how they get you conned into these groups. And it's a really dangerous thing. I've been researching this group since 1995 online, and I've been in every state archive. I've been in every the federal archives of Australia.
None of these internet guys haven't done. None of them. Cosmon Cow, Jared from Cosmon, I Am Manna, whoever support. Now what? Whoever support this, you cannot sit in this audience and scoff and run your goddamn pork chop eating lip and say that this man is up here lying. And when y'all sitting up here, you ain't been in the one faithist church on the planet. You can't. I want one of y'all to get up here right now and tell me what faithist group you've been to besides your little internet groups. We got somebody who really lived that life. Y'all wannabes. Ain't none of y'all living in no communes with 10 families and letting the leader of the cult have at it at your wife. Cosmon, you know goddamn well you be ready to fight. JJ. You be ready to fight. Man, hold up, man. And here's another thing. Why I ain't got no goddamn wrench over in y'all organization over there? Why y'all scared? But y'all got wrenches over here. We let y'all come over here free will and everything, but y'all ain't gave me no goddamn on wrench because y'all biased. It's sad, man. Dreadful Kaufman, you can jump on this panel anytime.
They don't allow questions. You're not allowed to ask any questions about how it was written. You're not allowed to ask any questions about the cult leader.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yes. Hey, let me say.
Let me introduce you real quick. Hold, let me introduce you. Let me introduce you. Everybody, we got Elder Quinnan in the building. He's responsible for bringing the Oaspes to the light, trying to get them to bang on me and Black Jesus Minister. And I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did that. Because now we finna expose all these guys say that. Well, hold on. We gonna say, is Jehovah y'all creator guy? Put a 1 in the chat for all you Oaspes that think he is. I want to see this. Who say Jehovah is your creator? Go ahead. I dare you. I dare you to say yeah. Go ahead.
Hey,
This is
JJ.
Elder from FOP. Go ahead, Elder.
Hey, thanks for having me on the program, man. And I'm gonna have to take some clips from this because this is some good ones right here. You know what I mean? This is good. But I commend you. You know, and of course, a lot of us gonna do some fact checking on what you're saying. I commend you. And if a lot of this is true, I don't know if a lawsuit in the works or whatever. So be careful what you may say. But what I find very interesting is that you actually witnessed this, and I'm glad this is actually coming out. You know, you witnessed this, but people think everything you see of Black YouTube channels is, you know, we are just about Black people all the time or whatever. You see, Brother JJ let anybody come on this platform. You know, he should be commended for that, and I commend your bravery for coming to a platform that's mostly made up of African Americans, right? So-called African Americans. So here's the question I have for you, sir. What's the racial makeup? Because everybody that he's talking to online right now, going back and forth with, they're so-called African Americans, and we see they follow white people, right? So what is the racial makeup? Not saying it's a racist group or anything, but what is the racial makeup between so-called African Americans and white people in these churches that you attended all over America?
The one in Northern California was 3 African Americans. The group I was in, we had a few, maybe 2 African Americans in a group of 20 people, but usually it's middle class white people that are in these groups since the whole time, since 1881 till about 20 years ago. It was all white people. A lot of, if you don't know it or not, but Oasphe is a racist book, and it.
There go the nail in the coffin right there. There go the nail in the coffin.
I mean, if you do the math, we was in slavery when that book was created. Okay, we was in slavery. Right. Do the math. Okay.
One more question, because I want him to finish up on
1800s.
I want him to finish on when he's talking about the racism, but can you hold it for a minute? I want you to finish that up, but I got my last and final question. My last and final question. What would be your message to anybody, of course, but especially to so-called African-American men, women, and children that want to join that organization?
Stay away from it.
Get out.
Here's the thing. Christian churches, Black Israelites, for lack of a better word, they're not trying to break up your family if one of your members is not of your faith. They don't try and control who you marry. They don't try and control who your friends are. You know, and if you should happen to already be married to, say, a Christian woman, you get a Oasphe and you join one of these Oasphe groups, right away they're going to try and break up your marriage. That's the first thing they're going to do, is break up your marriage, because that lady, your wife, and is a non-believer, an apostate to them. Regular churches, regular synagogues, these legit organizations do not try to break up your family because you have somebody in your family that is not a believer, and that's
What
what
you
these.
think?
Wow.
What you think? I'm sorry, real quick. What you think the following is number wise?
Worldwide, I mean, yeah. Oh, is
How
it
many
over
members?
200 blacks?
Well,
Or just how many people altogether?
I would imagine
Oh, okay.
right now, I would bet you $1 that it's not more than 200 people across the whole world. At the height of, there was another group in the 80s and 90s.
Hold on, Winston. You mean to tell me this whole movement has only got 200 people plus the 10 we got in our audience?
Yeah, you might have half of them in the audience, but to be fair, I was in another Oasphe church during the 80s and 90s.
Good question.
And it was a worldwide organization, and they never had more than 100 people around the world at any one time.
Plus the 10 we
So
got in
I'll
our
bet you
audience.
$1 it's no more than 200. I may be wrong, but it's never. See,
good
One
question.
more question, sir. One more question, sir.
Yeah,
Will
get as
these-
many as
will
you want
these
for now. You're interviewing good. Go ahead.
Look, what was, sir? For these individuals, which are our brothers and sisters that's African American on this channel right now, going up against you, what would the leaders, the real leaders of Oasphe, say if they try to walk up in there and be a leader?
Could you repeat that question again?
If these so-called African Americans that's on this platform, that's in the comment section, that are part of Oasphe, and we trying to tell them to get out, they are claiming to be leaders of the Oasphe. What would happen to them? What would be said to them if they try to come to one of them Oasphe churches and claim they're a leader?
Everybody else might all bow down. I'm serious.
They believe anything somebody tell them?
Well, that's how it works. Just so long as you don't agree with whatever somebody's saying, you're still in the group. The minute you disagree with whatever their dream was, whatever their message from Jehovah was, as soon as you disagree, boom, you're out.
That God, Jehovah Vai, whatever that guy, Jehovah Vai, whatever his name is, what nationality or ethnicity would he be?
Who? No, he's a god, Jehovah.
But I know that. Hold on. Right. But what ethnicity would they call him? Are there any drawings of him on the walls of any of these temples or statues?
No. The word Jehovah is just a European version of Yod Veha, and the four Yiddish, not Yiddish, Hebrew letters. So
yeah,
there's no pictures of this person. He's like the all-seeing, the unseeable. It's very similar.
Will he be considered to be a man and a woman?
Yeah, there's some stuff that Newborough plagiarized from Andrew Jackson Davis that there are statements that, and I got more shocking stuff than that.
Yeah, he's androgynous.
Okay, let's hear it. Hold on, let's hear this shocking stuff, JJ.
He was criticized back in the 1800s when this book came out about talking about a bisexual creator. So there are some very strange sexual beliefs in this book, and
bring it out. They ain't read it.
I'll bring it out.
Are there any known things that you have to do to join these groups?
Elder, you can't let them get past that part.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna be quiet because I want to hear this.
Okay, Elder, I want to hear these strange sexual beliefs they got. What they got?
Can you
what
hang on?
Anything that you have to do to be initiated sexually?
Yeah.
That would
share your screen if you like.
There is no sexual initiation. There may be some pedophilia going on. There may be some cult leaders sleeping with somebody else's wife. I imagine you can have that in any church. It's not unique to a Oasphe group. But there's no
right.
Creepy occult initiations or anything. If anything,
because a lot of these occults, they be walking around naked in the church and all that, you know.
Oh man, ladies and gentlemen, this is just.
Yeah, I have to say that doesn't happen in any Oasphe group I ever heard of.
Good.
But I have heard of faithless children running around with no clothes in England.
Oh no, that's the babies.
And a bunch of old men adopting them from around the community, and they don't have clothes on. So you can kind of figure out what's going on. Give me a few minutes to find that.
Probably will run around naked with him too.
Oh, he says he's gonna find the evidence. He's gonna pull up there. He's gonna start bringing out the fact check.
We bringing it out today at the Lions Den Academy of Education and Information. I see my baby in the audience. Shout out to Miss Felicia, my queen. But anyway, as you can see, guys, we bring the hardcore facts, the evidence. This is a primary what we got going on over here. You guys don't even read your own book. You're sitting there running your mouth and thinking you know Oasphe. You ain't living Oasphe.
It's only like 150 of them, maybe 200 throughout the whole world.
Counting these 10 is in the audience.
So it might be 3 black people in it. Well, according to these, the ones we have on.
Peace to you, Elder Quinard and JJ. Hey, listen, they asked for the articles, so I want y'all that's in the chat. I want y'all write it down, take a picture, and y'all go do some of this research. Read the articles. Y'all ask for receipts.
We got them. This debate is over before it starts.
Damn.
Put the leader of your creator in the chat. I dare you. I dare you to put his name in the chat. The creator. Wow. I dare any of you Oasphe to put the name of your creator in this chat. I dare you. I dare you. And then they talking about, they got the white boy, but a white guy wrote your goddamn book. You sound like an idiot. You sound like an idiot. How you gonna criticize this guy for being European and y'all? But then when we say, well, your book was written by a European, then y'all come to the defense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Y'all just butthurt over here because the Lions Den and Team Yara is kicking your head in, chopping your head off and kicking your head to the cheap seats. That's what we doing. That's what we doing over here. As Judah Nash would say, kicking your head to the cheap seats. Man, y'all ain't got a chance. Watch this. Put the name of your creator in the chat. I dare you. We waiting. You see they scared? Put his name in the chat. He said
he got some information. You got information for us, man? Because I want to see this.
Yeah, I'm trying to share it. Give it a second to come
take
up.
Your time, Elder. Hey, peace, Zion facts for you. But now, all of a sudden, it's a white guy. But when we tell y'all John Newberg wrote your book, you come to his defense. Man, y'all.
Well, no, the whole organization is white.
This person right here is another person that was in the quote, and he's giving receipts. This is what I'm pulling up his receipts, his experience. He was one of them children, so this is his experience of what he went through. He's over here. This is him right here.
Can you read it, Kareem? Because it's small.
This is his.
This is his testimony, y'all. Get the tissue out.
Oh, you know what, though, man?
Get the tissue out.
Irregardless what people may believe in, that's your story that happened to you, man. That's terrible. Damn, nobody should have to be abused.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you got out.
Yeah, that's terrible, man. Damn. Thanks for sharing your story.
Okay, Iron Man. Because you kind of throwing shots a little bit. I love you, Iron Man. You part of the den, but you didn't bring these old Oaspes over here. I mean, we let them come over here and do presentations and everything. How come I ain't got a wrench over there in y'all program? What you scared of? Because y'all want to block me when I make my comments. But y'all got free range to say what you want over here. This is how you know the Lions Den is the most non-biased outfit in social media today. I got blocked over on Smash Rockwell chat today because Black Line Supreme was in his goddamn feelings. See, we don't do that over here. We let you say what you want to say, but you better back it up with facts. You better back it up, or we're gonna bust your head like we doing right now. And all I can say, he lied, he did shit, but he lived a life. Ain't nobody paid this man to come on here and say this. The hell's wrong with y'all? This is called cognitive dissonance, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on with these Oaspes?
This is his story.
That's what's going on.
And he got receipts. This is his receipts.
Well, we can't. Is he gonna? Who gonna read it? Cause I can't read it.
This is what he was just saying.
Send it to me so I can read it, or what?
Yeah, this is. You already got it. Yeah, they already sent it to you.
I got it.
Yeah, that long list of information.
Oh yeah. Let me read this for y'all, ladies and gentlemen.
But this is him on the panel. This is his information too, and this is his receipt.
Oh, this your story, John? Okay.
Yeah.
See, oh man, this is his story. This is his receipt. Right.
This is him.
I got the information.
This him, right here. This is him. See, right there.
Wow.
At the bottom. That's him.
Right. Hey, Smash Idols. Yeah, you ain't really welcome. Don't see, that's what they trying to recruit. And then, like I said, they already have a faith movement church that they can go to and point out people that look like you and I.
Right.
But they want to come to the debate and say that's for the black community. This movement, right. When he just said it was a racist movement, he lived it. He heard the names they was calling you.
Share your screen again. I see you took it off. Tell them to share it again. Share your screen again.
Go ahead, Yara.
Yeah, listen, we got Cosmic Kyle. We got Cosmic Kyle doing what unfortunately our people start doing when they can't come against your information. They want to call you an agent and say you're a Fed. You calling him a Fed? Where your receipts? Where your receipts?
That's slander, man.
Yeah, this is slander. As a matter of fact, see, this is what I was asking I was asking these dudes the other day. They clowns. I was asking them the other day about these 7 textures, right? One of them is you're not supposed to slander. Oh, and if you ain't got receipts, you're slandering.
We're gonna say that for the debate. We're gonna say that for the debate.
See, this is what I'm saying. They're not really ready. They're talking about we don't read your book. We got your book.
We got it. So you just broke Oasphe. You're supposed to be a pacifist anyway.
Listen, man, these cats ain't been they ain't been no more pacifists or vegetarians. Cosmic Kyle weigh at least 300 pounds.
Right. Hey, Cosmo, come up.
And you ain't getting that big off no broccoli and cheese.
Right now. And then we want you to, right. I want him to come up here right now. And then I want you to go open your refrigerator. Don't try to clean it out now. I get you all kind of ham hocks.
A year ago.
Yeah, rotisserie chicken in there, man. You ain't no goddamn vegans. Cut it out.
What's that?
Exactly.
No goddamn way he ain't no vegan.
What's that?
No.
Ham hock, chitlins, all the pork chops, all up in this refrigerator. I bet you. Cosmo, come up here right now. Hold up, Karima. Come up here right now, and then you're gonna lead us to your refrigerator. Don't try to clean it out now. Jump on here right now, and I guarantee you he got meat in his refrigerator. I guarantee it. What's up, DMG? I see you in the building.
Shout out to DMG.
Don't clean it out now. Jump on here right now. We give you 1 minute to jump on here right now, or we know you got meat in your refrigerator. Come on, the link is in the chat. Let me put the link in here. We're gonna test Cosmo.
We're gonna start doing a Oasphe freeze checks.
Right. Okay. Reshare your screen. Tell him to reshare his screen. I seen it, but he took it out too late. So tell him to reshare it.
Yeah, if anything, y'all sent in. If you want to know the truth. We think y'all sit in to mislead us. It's only like 5 of y'all in the whole organization, or y'all little 10, and then the other 200 people. It's 210 of y'all. You see? Yeah, he packing his meat up right now, cooking with Billy. Yeah, no, Cosmo, jump on here right now. Don't try to go, hey, baby, tell him why, hey, hurry and get these ham hocks out the way, girl. Nah, get in here right now and open up your refrigerator. That's the source. We want to see you do it. Put a link right there, Cosmo.
Hey, JJ, you ever get that name? You ever get the name of their God yet?
He has some information.
No, they scared to put his name in there.
Let him share tell him to share his information. He had it up there, but he took it away.
Okay. Well,
I want to see what he got to share.
Okay, yeah, well, yeah, he can share when he's ready. Look, Cosmo, he got to laugh it off. Elder Payne, go ahead if you got some more to share. Yeah. Hey, plus Beast, tell everybody, say, Cosmo, jump on here right now. Look, he's scrambling to the refrigerator. Girl, hide the chitlins right now. Shit, these pork grinds and everything else. Jump on here right now.
Yeah.
Right now. Yeah, 200 in the whole world. 200.
Yeah, go ahead and share your information. He didn't share his information yet. That was me sharing. I'm waiting on him to share.
Okay. I don't know if he can hear us right now. Sometimes he can.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah. I can text him. Yeah, I can text him.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I don't think you hear me when I'm saying share your information.
Hey, yeah, he eat no broccoli. Cosmo, broccoli don't make you that fat, bro. It don't make you that fat. Look, you see, look. Now, why are you coming in here with these accusations, calling people the feds and all that? This is how weak Oasphe is. This is how weak y'all is. When we hit y'all upside the head with facts and evidence, y'all want to call people names. That's what they good at, DMG. That's what they good at. Yeah, we putting the pressure on them. They don't want the smoke.
we want the information. We want the information.
What
the name of that God at? How many more times?
Put the name of your creator in the chat right now. Any other time you calling on them, I dare you.
Why we got to keep asking?
Right. Because we know what's going on.
Your God scared? You scared to tell us who your God is?
Here, let me call Daryl Cosmon, y'all. And he gonna tell you. He said Jehovah. Look, he ain't scared to say it. He ain't scared. Rest of y'all scared. Y'all fake Oasphe.
Yeah.
Y'all don't want no smoke. But yeah,
right. We want the real. We want the real Oaspes, not you Oasphe peons. We don't want you Oasphe peons. We want the real Oaspes.
Cosmo said, "I'm fat now. Can you prove he met the?" What is you talking about, bro? Let me text Elder Wilson. Can you hear us, Elder? Okay, he must have lost the signal because Karima wants you to share anything else. If not, Karima, we'll come back to him. You see, I got some video footage we can share. You know, Cosmo Kyle went to this is what you did. You lied too, Cosmo. You said in your debate with Judah Nazareth that Thor was just a Cosmon time period. You said he wasn't considered a being or a god or anything. You lied.
Hold on, JJ. Hold on, JJ. I'm sorry to interrupt your bill, but they just dropped the name of one of their gods of their god in the chat. Not one of their gods, but a different manifestation of the God who they believe. Watch this. This is how much we got y'all in the bag. We know that same God is Jehovah. That Amazon y'all dropped in there. Because
this was telling
they try to switch it up.
They try to switch it up. They cowards. Watch this.
Did I tell you, Judah? Well, I just told them in the chat too. I just told them in the chat the same thing. The same thing is just a different translation, but it's the same person. But they're
it's the same God, a different manifestation. They call it Jehovah. And guess what? And guess what? That the name of their God they just dropped in that chat. That's who they are. That's who we know is Azura Mazda from the Zoroastrian religion. Y'all stole that too.
I tell you, JJ.
Who y'all think y'all talking to?
What I tell you,
y'all
JJ?
Don't want this smoke.
Y'all don't want no smoke.
About it. Here go the crazy part about it. Karima just taught me this today. See, your Jehovah that y'all said is the creator, he in the book of judgments, he goes report to the creator.
Fact.
You didn't know that, did you?
Yeah.
You didn't know that,
we ain't gotta hold it back. We're gonna bomb your book. We're gonna bomb your God in it, and we're gonna bomb y'all with it, with the information. Y'all ain't ready. You should have stayed where you was at.
Karima taught me today and showed this to me today that your God that y'all say is the creator, Jehovah, in the book of judgment, he's going to crying to the ultimate creator about Osiris and the rest of the gods on his ass.
Right.
On his ass. Yeah, DMG, they didn't bark at the wrong tree. Y'all should have ran up on the comedics. Maybe y'all would have had a better chance. You see?
Facts. Hey, listen, Marquise. Odin is another name that they use. As a matter of fact, that's why they got the Book of Thor. Because Odin is Thor's father in the Norse mythology.
Right.
That's why they rock with the Book of Thor. It's the same deity.
Yes, his father.
Yep.
See, they think we don't know their cosmology. We know your cosmology. We know all these gods y'all believe in is the same God that punch a clock.
We on your neck.
And that's why I say you're arguing over the same.
We on your neck, man.
Tell him, Queen Karima. Tell him, Karima. They did.
We not about to do that, but we gonna go after the characters if that's what you're talking about. These people that make their own little interpretations and their own stories and they droops and all this other stuff. But let's go back to who he's worship. He worshiped Jehovah.
Facts. We know all the names. We know LOI. Y'all use that one too.
How about Jaja, your Masonic god?
Hey, exactly. Stop it. Jabulon. We know who it is, and guess who we know who Jabulon is? Alistair Qualley done already told us who Jabulon is. He's the Baphomet. Y'all keep coming around here playing games. We're not playing with y'all no more. I dare you to show up. I want you to show up. I'm going to show you what's going to happen to you. Keep coming around here with that information. It ain't going to last. The Most High on your neck with it. We on your neck with it. You keep talking about we only read 10 pages, 12 pages of your book. Y'all ain't read that whole book, trust me. Because if you did, you wouldn't be trying to debate that crap.
Yeah, they say Jehovah is the creator. So why, if Jehovah is the creator, why is he reporting to somebody else crying about Osiris, crying about these other guys on his ass?
Facts, JJ. Facts.
Karima taught me that today.
Facts.
She said I've been sending it to you, JJ. I must have forgot.
Facts.
Talking about y'all just got cut. That's all you got? Karima, let's pull up where Jehovah is reporting to a creator. Let's pull that up. Yeah, he gonna get on the comments. Hey, Karima, start sharing some Wilson Payne's. Wilson is dropping some stuff in the chat you can put up here. The sex, yeah. But like I say, man, y'all don't stand a snowball chance in hell when you're running up on Team Yara with Commander General JJ7000 at the helm. He the admiral. You see, this his team that he put together. You see, I'm glad you recruited me. You see, but I've been on their neck. We've been on y'all neck. Y'all don't stand. Yeah. Run and get up out of here. Run and get up out of here. Then I'm gonna show you all the Freemason and demonic symbols in this book. I'm gonna show it to you. But right here, let me show this video real quick, Karima. Hold up. Not yet. Wait a minute. Y'all keep talking. Let me see. Hold up. I did it backwards. That's where I be messing up. Hold up. Now this is a sad story right here, man. Yeah, man. And you see, they gone now. All of them ran to their little Oasphe heaven.
Hey, they tried to play us, yo. These fools that pissed me off, man. They tried to play us, yo. Hey, man, I don't like to be played with, man. I don't like to be played with.
And then, right. And then in the debate, he gonna say, remember, he said, y'all thought Thor was a deity or a god. No, this is a cosmonian area. This is a time frame. But then I look up Thor is talking in the book, and one of the what's the name of the book? I got it. But he's sitting up here talking to Jehovah. See?
Yeah. In the book of Thor, he talking to him.
Challenge us to go in your book. Right.
Yeah.
And I got the clip of you saying it. Karima, let me know on my screen showing it.
Another thing I want to point out is Thor is the same thing as Jupiter, the god Jupiter in the Greek mythology.
That's a fact. That's a fact. This is what we're dealing with, people. A pantheon of demonic forces, a pantheon of demons who they claim, who they really believe and tell you that these were real men walking the earth. And that at some point they were elevated to a godlike status. But this is the same deity. See, we're not here for the flim-flam. We're not here for the flim-flam. Right. And y'all keep, we just want to debate your God versus our God. Y'all don't got no God. As a matter of fact, he's just like your creator. He's schizophrenic.
No. They say Jehovah is the creator. He was a big, and one of the books said, I am the first and I'm the last. So let me ask you this. If he the first and the last, what the hell he doing reporting to another goddamn on creator? Creator game. Kareem, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Let me look on that.
I just see where it says the number one for Oasphe Bible Cult in Colorado.
Okay, yeah. Now, I know we gonna keep banging this in your head because here's another episode of these demonic idiots starving folks and killing them. Let's take a look, ladies.
Do you or a loved one need help leaving Oasphe Bible? Did you know that 12 wee children died under mysterious circumstances at an Oasphe Bible orphanage in 1906 in Colorado? Of 13 wee children placed in the Oasphe Bible orphanage, 12 of them died in 1 year. 6 of those deaths
my fault.
Deaths occurred in 1 month. Authorities from Child Protective Services were shocked and saddened when it was learned all the children died from being starved to death. 2 Oasphe Bible cult leaders were arrested and charged with 6 counts of manslaughter. The remaining 7 other children were taken to hospital.
This is sad.
Real quick,
JJ.
Bring it out, Woodson. He ain't playing with y'all.
No, I just wanted to say real quick,
JJ. Stop sharing.
This is why we call John Newsbro a Molekian priest. Because all that is Baal sacrifice. Baal worship. Sacrificing little children through starvation. You understand what I'm saying? This is the same thing we've seen the Canaanites doing. Killing off their children. This is why the Oasphe opened up centers in New Orleans, Chicago, I believe LA and other different cities where you can just come and drop off your baby if you was destitute and not able to feed them. They was advertising to people that were living at or below the poverty line. Just bring your baby and drop them off. Many of those children never were to be heard from again.
That's right.
Wow. Woo! Bring it out, Elder Yara.
No record. I'm telling you, it's a form. I'm telling you, it's a form of child sacrifice. And this is what you see. If you see 12 children die in a year, it's the information you just shared with us, JJ, in the orphanage in a year. What is that? Do you know how long it takes to starve a child? We're not just talking about infants, but we're talking about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Some of them were young teenagers. Some of them escaped and got away. Some of them that was the young women that was 16 and 17 years old were found impregnated.
Yep.
Oh, say it ain't so.
Very much so.
Now you're messing with the babies. Now you're R. Kelly.
Listen, and one of the things that struck me, see, people want to say, "Oh no, that was just back then." But we were playing, remember, JJ, when we were playing the video of Dr. Susan Martinez, who claims to be one of the foremost authorities on the Oasphe and a part of the Oasphe? You know what she said? One of our tenets that we must adhere to is going after the children. Now, she said it in terms of that she was offering compassion, but she made it a point that we still looking after the children. Now, most people who don't have discernment will hear that and say, you know what? What's wrong with them wanting to take care of the kids? What's wrong with them wanting the kids? But what's the scheme behind it? What does their track record say when it comes to dealing with young children and teenagers and young people? Brother Payne just gave us an example the other day about how he helped to rescue a young teenage woman or a young woman.
Shout out to Reality with WAP. I see you.
You see what I'm saying?
Hey, let me read something real quick. You get done.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, JJ. You got it.
Here you go. Oasphe is a mind control code. There's been many. The wizard knows. I wrote this. It's a mind control code. There are many UFO doomsday codes based on this book. Oasphe and many people have been harmed by Oasphe. Cult leaders. It appeals to people with little or no education, like Cosmon, you know, and is touted as the solution to all mankind's ills. There was a UFO doomsday cult in Bangalore, Australia, that was based on Oasphe. These poor folks thought they were starting a new world order. They even bought a piece of the property next door to the Space Brothers. The Space Brothers to land their UFO ships. Yeah. This cult went around to music festivals in the 70s preaching Oasphe. Many teens and young adults got swept into their cult. It was named Universal Brotherhood. A 2007 Freedom of Information request revealed that the cult leader Fred Robinson, a.k.a. Brother Fred. You ever heard of Brother Fred Cosmon and Daryl Cosmon and Malachi Maccabee and Selah Shalom? You real quiet. You ain't doing your little vibe show and smoking your little Reggie weed lately. You better get you some of that ooh-wee, because you in some trouble. You see? Hold on, let's keep reading. In 2007, a.k.a. Brother Fred was involved in a pedophile. This is 2007. 2007, ladies and gentlemen. Brother Fred running around touching little boys and girls. Let's keep reading. Y'all want to smoke with us? Y'all really want to smoke with us? You shouldn't have never accepted this. You should have just been quiet and mind your business. You should never try to attack our God, our creator. I mean, you see, now you're in some trouble. And then you talking about Jehovah as a creator, but in the book of judgment, he going to report to a creator. You ain't read your book. So now I don't know why you brought these guys coming over here messing with these good people. Now let's keep it moving. Now, in the Brother Fred was involved in a pedophile sex scandal in a nudist colony 2 decades before the Queensland, Australia. Brother Fred can be seen in the local town.
An all-male nudist colony. Get that?
Then they got the
That's an all R. Kelly nudist colony.
Hey,
what?
Oh no!
Yeah, it was an all-male.
He liked the ladies.
This guy Fred Robinson was going around to orphanages trying to recruit little boys for the cult leader of his cult. And if you dig into those state archives, he was investigated by the equivalent of the FBI in Australia, and they found, it mentions there in those police investigations that he was involved in this other group that was, the leader went to prison for 5 years for having sex with 2 little boys, a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old. So Fred Robinson, the head, who became the head of Universal Brotherhood in Western Australia later, he was involved in this pedophile group, and the nudist colony was a nudist colony for men. So figure that out.
Look.
Wow.
I bet you Cosmon looking up the address right now. He ready to join. I know you is, Cosmon. You might want to lose a little weight before you get naked in front of all of them. Anyway, now it says JJ, you too much. Come on, Cosmon. Lay off the pork chops, brother, before you go join this nudist colony. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, let's get back to it. That's neither here nor there. Okay, now, it says that Brother Fred, y'all, has been in a local town newspaper buck dancing naked, y'all, working in the garden. Brother Fred was working in the garden naked, you know, one of y'all leaders. It's one of y'all leaders. You see? He gonna make Cosmo get bucket naked, like in New Jack City. Smack him on the ass with a gun. That's what he gonna do. But anyway, here we go. So, bucket naked, working in the garden. The leader of the nudist colony went to prison for 5 years for having sex with a 14-year-old boy. Another UFO cult. That should have been enough right there to make you just burn your book. You see? Say that, Sloan, you ain't tell us about this. Malachi Maccabee, your flank wide open. Let me call Malachi. I'm gonna call you. Malachi, you gotta be ashamed of yourself. You left from over here with us to go over there. Talking about he can read Hebrew. I bet you all you did was memorize that line. That's what you did. You ain't fooling us. Because I bet I'm not professing to say that I can read it. But I bet you if I bring something to this debate and pick out something, and I'm going to have the meaning of it, I bet you can't read it. All you did was a trick, bro. That's all you did. Anyway, let's get back to it. Now, many Oasphe students... Another UFO code. I can skip the whole code. Another code. Another UFO code, Universal Light of Anaheim, California, was another Oasphe code. Waiting for the end of the world for the UFOs to rescue. Y'all see that, y'all? Many Oasphe students were recruited by the cult leader with their mad vision and promise of free money. That's how they lured them in. With free money and lollipops. Bank suckers. That's what they did. They passed out bank suckers at the schools. Smarties and dum-dums. Bring
it out, JJ.
It was candy they were passing out, ladies and gentlemen. All right. I'm too much for myself. All right, here we go. Okay, let's get back to it. Let's get serious. Now, if they would join, just come and join, that's what they said. Now, cult leader Mary Lou Brown claimed this is the one he was a part of. John F. Kennedy was taken up in a UFO spacecraft. See, son, this is ridiculous. See, they ain't told you about all this. In a spacecraft after the event in Dallas. And the grays and the blues. Hey, and what was his name? Dr. Spock and them all did surgery and healed his head. I added that part. All right. She claimed that the leader of the mafia converted to Oasphe and left millions of dollars to the faithless movement. See, this is y'all movement. Bunch of scams running around stealing from the poor. No, they can't really afford to even deal with this, and y'all want to take money. From the faithless movement. A Chicago con artist named John Cook, a.k.a. John Christie, a.k.a. John, he got about many, he got a couple of names. John Swagenmeyer posed as John F. Kennedy, y'all. And together with Mary Lou Brown, they concocted an elaborate cult recruiting scheme to lure idiots like Selah Salome and the Cosmon Kyle and Daryl Cosmon, these guys and Dreadful Cosmon and all these other clowns. You know, I added that part, but I'm just saying people who think like them, you see. And but see, you know, there's only a few pepper and all that salt. But anyway,
right.
Mary Lou Brown then concocted an elaborate recruiting scheme to lure Oasphe students. They coming to the students, the youth of America. You see? Messing them up from their education. Let them people go to school and do something righteous. Y'all want to lure them in and take their education money, their lunch money and all that type of stuff. They can't even go to the football games. Y'all begging for that money too. You see, because it costs to get in them games. But anyway, let's keep reading. They're promising anyone who come to join the cult free credit cards of the Mafia Godfather estate. Here's another one. There's so many of them, y'all. Another Oasphe cult. Brother of Shalom, AB in California, was involved in drugging run away little boys with LSD and raping them. Oh,
yeah.
Let's stop there. Any of your Oaspes, after you hear all this going on, they all ran out the building, y'all. They all gone. Where y'all at now? They all ran out the building. You don't see none of them. They all ran. That's right. Flee. The wicked will flee. Get up out of here. You need to stay and learn what's going on so you don't get caught up. So they don't have you around there bucket naked, full up of LSD. You see? That's what you need to do. Come on back. I'm getting ready to call a couple of y'all in here in a minute. Get on back in here. That's what I'm going to do. Once I finish reading this and somebody else take over and put out more information, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call them. We're going to do a drive-by. We're going to call Daryl Cosmine, Malachi Maccabee, and St. Shalom. I bet they don't answer the phone. I bet you. They want to be mad now. Look. Here we go. And raping little boy, drugging them, drug run away and raping boys with LSD and raping them. A teenager who was 16 at the time and his younger brother who was 14 claimed they were drugged and raped by these men. These three homosexual Oasphe priests. Oh, they got a homosexual Oasphe priest running around, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, come on. Tashaka, tell them to get back in here. Get in the back chat. Tell them get it back in here. We want to see the whites of your eyes. We want to see. Get in here right now. The hell you running for now? All that lip you was running earlier, telling me we ain't got no sources. We got a primary source right here on a living primary source who went through all this. And y'all sitting up here running your mouth like he don't know. He was a real Oasphe. Y'all just the internet Oaspes. That's it. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, they got homosexual. We bring this out in the debate. This is a culture of homosexual Oasphe priests. You see, they were known locally as the three wise men. They can't even. Oh man. I mean, come on, Yara, you hearing this? The three wise men. A recent criminal background check revealed that the ringleader went to prison for rape for 5 years in the early 70s. Here go another one, y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna say some of them for the debate. It's a list so long, and by the time I get done reading it, y'all be asleep. You hear me? It's a list so long, you can put. It's a lullaby story. You hear me? Now the four winds. This is the last code I'm gonna read because there's so many. We saving some. Debunk this. Tell us we lying. You sitting up here. Any other time you put Jehovah in the chat, now y'all want to go Osmodad and all these other names that they call up on them. You notice that, Karima? They ain't try to switch it up. Yeah, man. White Cosmon, like Marquise said. Smash Idol said, hey, Karima, start putting some of the people's comments up on the board. They laughing at them. Here we go. This is the last one because we got about 15, 20 more to read you. We're going to save some of them for the debate. That's what we're going to do. The Four Winds Village in Tiger, Georgia was another Oasphe cult. Co-founder Ray Skipling moved to the rural 60-acre estate in 1986. This is in the 80s, y'all. In the 80s. He was living there less than 24 hours when his body was found on the rear of the property in a skull bastion. See, Chicago, step up on one of them little faith code movements if you want. Had in his room, went missing. Went missing. Ain't nobody seen nothing. They ain't had debit cards back then where he could have locked his card up, you see. But anyway, we got more. The list is so damn long. God dang, it's about as long as your book is. It's about as thick as your Oasphe book. It's about look at this. Look at Oasphe College University. Go ahead and jump on here. We dare you. You're running your lip in the chat. Different names used in different countries still means one created name. Maybe I don't know if they with them or not. They got more gay stuff than the coffin text. That's right, Plus Beach. Yeah. There's more child molestation happening. Oh, come on, man. Cooking with Billy, cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. I know you mad. Cooking with Billy. Cooking Billy. Matter of fact, what do you probably some kind of atheist. I ain't gonna fool with you. You ain't got no spiritual. You ain't got no spiritual essence in you. You one of them guys who think we come from apes, chimps, and monkeys and orangutans. That's what you do. Well, okay, let's go ahead here, ladies and gentlemen. I want to show one of their books. They got a bunch of demonic. Is this a 30-minute video? If anybody want to speak before I show this, Kareem, did you want to bust their head with what Jehovah is doing? He reporting to another. Y'all said Jehovah is your creator. Jehovah's throne is what Daryl Cosmo said. Oh, God sit on the throne, but not Jehovah. He's the creator. Oh, really? Daryl Cosmo, let me call him right now. Somebody speak for a second. Somebody speak. LBR, run something off real quick. You there? Or did you step off? Okay. Hold up.
There have been many UFO doomsday cults based on this book, Oasphe, and many people have been harmed by Oasphe cult leaders. It appeals to people with little or no education and is touted as the solution to all of mankind's ills. There was a UFO doomsday cult in Ballinga, Australia, that was based on Oasphe. These poor folks thought they were starting a new world order. They even bought a piece of property next door for the Space Brothers to land their UFO ships on.
Okay, that's what I read already.
Around to music festivals in the 1970s preaching.
Hold on, that's what I read this one already. Let's see what else I got back here, man. I mean, we didn't bust your head so much, man. We really could just stop the show right now. We beating on dead horse. What you send me here, Kareem? Let me see what we got. I mean, this is bad. This is brutal. This is ugly. I mean, this is bad. What I say I was getting ready to do? Why everybody in the chat always say they are Freemasons? I've been there and seen. Well, sir, they are Freemasons, and it's demonic. Shit, you know what it is. You know when you reach certain levels. Come on, man. They doing some weird stuff. That's in Hollywood, not in sports. Come on, man. They act like Freemasons. You might not. Some of you little local Freemasons might only reach a certain level, but when you reach these higher levels, it's get wickeder and wickeder. Don't try to cover up for these dudes. All right, Kareem, let me go ahead and present, and then I'm gonna call these Cosmons and tell them to get back in here because they running. Where y'all at now? Where the high and mighty at now? Tell me we ain't got sources. Okay, where's it at? Yeah, let's go to Oasphe podcast number 2, and we get into a little bit of the literature and how it was corrupted and filled with Masonic influence and things of that nature, ladies and gentlemen. Hold up. Crew, let me know when you can see it. This is an Oasphe podcast with Masonic cultists. Oh, you can see it? Okay, let me start it from the beginning. We'll watch some of this because it's an hour long. We really don't need to do too much to these guys. We hurting their feelings already. Let's just see what some of the teachers is and what they got in here, man. Because it's obvious these guys they didn't look it up.
Okay. Now that's scientific fact.
Oh
yeah, it's scientific fact. I mean,
they tell me some of this is fact. Let's see what they got.
And then Texas. So okay, now I want to prove to you. So okay, all right. So all right. Now this is Kansas. Okay, this is Kansas. So this map is very accurate, and not many maps show this. But right, it says right here, Kansas was underwater. Okay.
Okay.
Now
that's scientific fact.
Yeah, it's scientific fact. I mean, so is Texas. Texas, and dinosaur age underwater. Yeah, this is scientific fact. So the Oasphe's written in 1881. When was Texas the bottom of the sea? So I don't know many dinosaurs, but I know Plesiosaurus.
Hold up, man. I really don't want this. They're kind of boring. Let's get to the what's the name of them sister girls? Let's get to that video. Hold up, man. Hold up. Let me stop sharing. They're kind of boring. Hold up, y'all. Let me find Elder Yaro. You still there? David Long, can you David Long, instead of running your pork chop lip in the chat, come up here and prove them wrong. That's what you do. We not associated with the Khazars and the Ashkenazis over in Israel, sir. Cooking with Billy, so you can try again. Try it again, Cooking with Billy. Try it again. Oh, you want to see that book? This video, that I showed, the Bronze Yoga Report. They saying it's all kind of when you get into this video. So I watched some of it. They saying it's corrupted with demonic symbols, Masonic symbols, rituals that Masons do. Bro, I'm gonna say that though. But Karima, I need you to show Karima. Are you there? Sister Karima.
I'm right here.
Yeah. Put up on there they God reported, they creator reported.
I'll send it to you.
Oh, I'm gonna share it. We'll put it in the private chat. Well, I can read it from here or what?
You can read it from there, do whatever you need to do. But I want them to see it.
Okay, what's this? Show, yeah, go ahead. Is this about the Jehovah guy? Jehovah guy?
Yeah.
I'm kind of fucked up.
Is it simply the human need to believe in the Oasphe?
A moment ago when I said the big surprise could come, that spacecrafts could come in by...
Look at that leader, y'all.
Maybe coming...
In March 1997,
that sounds bad.
Crazy Marshall Applewhite, the leader of Heaven's Gate, told his followers there was a UFO in the tail of the Hale-Bopp.
This is one of these UFO cults, y'all.
Which orbits the Earth once every 2,000 years. He convinced them that this was a signal to board the flying saucer which would take them into eternity. In order to catch this ride, the 39 cult members committed suicide. A combination of phenobarbital, alcohol, and suffocation. For reasons that still remain unanswered, they wore Nike rain shoes, sported buzz haircuts, and carried $5 quarters in their pockets. This tragedy was the culmination of 22 years of behavior modification under Marshall Applewhite's spell. What once started out as a grassroots Christian sect evolved into a dark millennial cult with beliefs in aliens and Armageddon.
So when they presented the picture of being able to literally leave in a craft, so to speak, which they were saying was similar to what Jesus did. He actually left in a physical body. When they overlaid that with modern day technological information, like that cloud of light was a UFO, it all lined up for me.
Early on, Marshall Applewhite and his co-leader Bonnie Nettles had convinced themselves and their followers that they were God's emissaries, here to lead humanity out of a corrupt world. Applewhite said he and Nettles had come from outer space,
Now look at
taking
that.
on human bodies as camouflage. They offered salvation to members who could overcome their attachment to human desires such as sex, money, and drugs. Where did this desperate and bizarre mixture of sci-fi and millennial madness begin? Before Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Lou Nettles became so-called alien agents, they were living separate lives of quiet desperation. Their twisted partnership began some 25 years earlier in Houston. Bonnie's daughter, Terry Nettles, recalls when she was 14 years old, she and her mother would stand in their backyard, searching the skies for UFOs, hoping they would be transported.
It would be really neat if one would come and pick us up and take us away, because neither one of us really thought we were part of this world.
Where the hell you going?
The outside looking in, and we used to dream about that a lot. We wanted something different.
At the same time, in nearby Corpus Christi, Marshall Applewhite's perfect life began to unravel. His 16-year marriage dissolved and his career as a college music professor ended when he was accused of a sexual relationship with a male student. Then Applewhite met Bonnie Lou Nettles, just as her 23-year marriage was ending as well.
They met in '72, the theater I used to work at. He was teaching music and drama. It started out with my mom doing astrology charts for the mothers. And I remember her telling me, we were in the living room, that there was something about his charts, something there that was a lot different than somebody else's.
From the start, her relationship with Marshall Applewhite was based on a spiritual connection that shunned sex. They turned their New Age and Christian ideologies into a business and went searching for followers. While Nettles recited the Bible inside and out, Applewhite, also known as Herf, was the charming frontman. On New Year's Day, 1973, Applewhite and Nettles set out on what they called a spiritual road trip. Though Bonnie Nettles left her daughter and son behind with her ex-husband, she wrote to Terry regularly.
It's really difficult to believe all this.
After a year on the road, their unorthodox gospel began to take shape.
We knew the earth. July 26, 1973. Dearest Terry, we have finally come out of the wilderness and know what our mission is. It is definitely a big one. In fact, we have been sent to fulfill the scriptures the same as Jesus and others came to do. This has been revealed in John's Revelations. I am not kidding, baby. This is
Sister, can you stop real quick, please?
in the very beginning.
Man, I said that perfect time. Now, see what these people do. They go into our scripture and our Bible and they twist big parts out of it. Then they put it in their own little made up book. And then next thing. All right, yeah, I don't know. Me and myself said it at the same time. It's kind of crazy. Ain't that crazy? But look, they block him. Look, the powers that be is blocking my comments, y'all. They own me. I can't even post in my own chat anymore. They have blocked me because they don't want this information to come out. Watch, I can't even post. The post what I just said. I said I seen you, David. Seen you little. The David guy, I seen you on the video, seen your little Oasphe gospel songs. I seen you before, sir. I seen you. My eyes don't deceive me. I just seen the video of you singing your little Oasphe songs. You and a couple other weird looking cats. I seen you before. You're more than welcome to come on the stage and defend what you want to defend. And like I told him, like Karima told him and bust their head earlier. Yeah, he peeking around. I seen him in one of these videos. This matter of fact, the channel that you was on is the one that I was just getting ready to show. The Oasphe podcast. Yeah, I seen you. So you ain't gotta hide. You can come up here and you can tell us why you think we should deal with Oasphe. Why you think that we are wrong and y'all are right. Any of you Oasphes are more, this ain't no bias platform over here like they is over on their platforms where they don't want nobody to come over there and speak the truth or ask them questions. You see. But go ahead, Kareem. But that's kind of crazy. When I said stop the video at the same time, and the other video I did is at the same time. Ain't that crazy? Yes, that's crazy. Yeah, we don't want to be right. Yaffa. Here go another one. Who is Yaffa? Here go another one. Come on up here, Yaffa. We'll put, and then I say this is a doomsday quote. This is what you get from these books. These doomsday quotes. It may not be Oasphe right here, but this is y'all. This is what y'all do. Y'all waiting on the mothership to come get you. To take you to, and they got another one, the other dude in Australia. Go ahead.
They all study on the faithism.
Yeah, faithism. All these people are faithists, spiritualists. Oh, that's my favorite troll. Oh, Lord. Now, you definitely, I see you, girl. Yeah, she just, you need to come on up out of that book, young lady. You really do. Yeah, now that you say you're my favorite, yeah. JJ, but you have risen to the top of my favorite trolls. That's why I know who he is. But yeah. Yeah, she said, oh, it's your favorite troll. Oh, there she go. She done found me on Facebook. I mean, YouTube. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay. Wilson, did you want to say anything? I thought I heard somebody say something. Look, he said, this happened 10 minutes away from his house. You're lucky you didn't get beamed up with him.
Actually,
it was all a hoax.
I was writing a thesis on the Mary Lou Brown cult right at the time when these people killed themselves, and I heard helicopters. I walked outside and I looked across the freeway. There's all these helicopters going around. I turned on the TV and there's all these dead people inside this mansion. And I had to go deposit a check at my bank the following Monday. And there was no parking because everybody was at the county coroner's office. There's no parking around there. So I had to park way down the street. I had to walk past the coroner's office. And there they were unloading a tractor trailer truck. And they had like 17 bodies wrapped in sheets that they were taken out of this refrigerated tractor trailer, putting it on a forklift and taking them into the county morgue. It's the most horrifying thing I've ever seen.
Wow. That is crazy.
It is really
Mose,
crazy.
if you want to jump on, can somebody put the string, can you put the string out there back in the chat? We got one of our team members up here. Yeah, man. Hey, Sister Moshe, like I said, I sent you the link 2 hours ago. See, Sister Moshe, Malachi, she can read the Hebrew. Judah can read the Hebrew. So we ain't worried about y'all thinking that we ain't got nobody over here that can read it. The crazy part, y'all got Egyptian hieroglyphs in your book as well. Can y'all read that? No, because they ain't been deciphered. They ain't been deciphered. But you got them in your book. You got all kind of crazy symbols and all kind of madness in that book. And like I say, we challenge any other day, y'all talking about the great Jehovah is the creator and all that. So we want y'all to put his name in the chat so we can shame the devil. Why is Jehovah lie? Yeah, go ahead. This is another of our team members. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Queen. Go ahead. And she's going to be breaking out the part about the Mormonism part. Do you want to speak a little bit about that?
Shalom, everyone. Grace, mercy, and peace.
Shalom, shalom.
This is just another cult. We know it's another schism and ism. The Bible tells us this. He tells us to stay away from different meat and doctrines that do not profit. And this thing is just all over the place. Not only that, but the history of them killing and moving out natives from their lands. It even deals with a lot of racism. On that note, it's a cover up, and it's foolishness. It's foolishness, and it's absolutely ridiculous. Just the history of this is just. I'm gonna go on mute really quick to pull up some of the stuff I have, but I'm just shocked. I pray for all to come out of this cult.
Okay.
It's even worse than Mormonism. I would say it's even worse than Mormonism.
Okay. Absolutely is. Absolutely is.
It's a shame. But it's a 30-minute video that Wilson Payne did the show about how Mormonism is tied to this Oasphe. I mean, how Oasphe is tied to Mormonism. If I can find it, hold up.
Oh yeah, so much of what we see. Yeah, so much of what we see in this Oasphe or faith is movement, and what they try to do is so interesting is that they try to somehow separate. They talk as if they separate themselves from the Oasphe book as saying it's not, it's not their didactic literature. It's not their part of their wisdom text to a degree. They're not. They don't really have to adhere to what's in it, but they're constantly quoting it, right? Day in and day out, they're constantly quoting from it and constantly reading from it and studying it. And I'm like, so, like what tenets are you actually following then? If you're not really adhering to what's in it, then what tenets are you following? So, it's a lot to be, it's a lot more we can delve into. We probably won't have time to do it. We actually wouldn't have time to do it in the debate format. But so this is one of the reasons why, we're doing these shows, right? So one of the things is to educate the people, right? To make the people aware
before the debate.
Because just in the form, right? Because just in the form of debate, you're only going to really get, some of the more pertinent information that we're going to bring out, or wherever the Most High lead us to deliver that blow on that day. But when we're talking about as far as constantly, teaching the people about what it is that they have to face, we have to take our time and really go into this. And I know the brothers keep saying y'all haven't read the book. Look, we're reading the book.
Oh
And we're
yeah,
not
we've
just
read
reading the book. We're starting with the origins of this thing. We're going into what they believed is the esoteric information or the hidden works or the hidden knowledge, the Gnostic work that's being pronounced in this book, and it's diabolical. That's the word I'm using. It's diabolical. And so we want people who are not aware to be aware, because this is a cancer that has to be cut out before it metastasizes. I know Brother Wilson Payne and JJ, we was laughing earlier talking about how and Elder Quanaf about how much this movement hasn't really spread since I believe since the Fox sisters came out with it, and saying, hey, look, it was a hoax, and different things
Fox
like
sisters.
that. How, the Fox sisters, and how it kind of maybe slowed down. But we still have people studying this day in and day out, day in and day out, and it only takes a little bit. It only takes a little bit. The scripture tells us what? A little leaven leavens the whole lump.
Whole lump.
And the same thing goes when we're dealing with these cults and different things. It only takes one little spark to start a fire, and so we want to put this thing out before it gets started, especially over here in our community, because our people, we love to run with stuff.
Yes,
we're swift to mischief. Our feet run swift to it. We have itching ears.
Amen.
And so we want to let the people know this ain't where you need to run to
at all. It's another fluke, a scam. And shout out to What's in Pain. Wow, for I'm a little late on here, but for your work in this and bringing this out to the light. Shout out to all of you brothers. I mean, this is so, just reading into this and some of the chapters that I've read, I instantly knew it was witchcraft, because the certain terms they use, like the spirit, what spirit, what spirit is leading this, and the abracadabra, even in the beginning. I don't want to take y'all off of probably where you were at this point. Forgive me for being late. I never got the link, JJ, but I just want to, if I can read something that
If you're talking, sis, we can't hear you. We can see your screen, but we can't hear you.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, who's sharing right now? Is that Karima or is the sister Moshe?
This is Moshe.
Is this what you got, Sister Moshe? Or this Karima sharing?
That's Karima. That's Karima.
Okay. Nothing is.
I want to share something. I sent it to you, JJ, because I'm unable to
Karima,
share.
just say this. We're gonna hold that back, Karima.
And
yeah, we're gonna hold that back. We're gonna hold that. We're gonna let them find that for themselves. We can't give them everything. Now, Shajah says the Uranus Society follows the Oasphe Bible. Their blog is still a Dago. They are a pedo coalition. Karima, can you put that up there on the screen, please? Brother Shajah, he's new to the chat. I never seen him over here. Welcome to the Lions Den. This is the home of the real home of the truth and education. You know, the Lions Den Academy of Education and Information. You know, that's what we do over here. But you see his comment. The Uranus Society follows the Oasphe Bible. It's right under Marquise's Oasphe don't have a bloodline. It's right under that. But it's kind of more top of the chat.
Oh, it's at the top. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, man, this is bad, man. I mean,
Did JJ drop y'all?
Yeah, he did. He done dropped himself.
Yeah. Shout out to you, sister. All praises to the Most High. I'm not going to be able to share my screen. I'm not even home. I'm in Harlem right now. But there was something
Just put it in private chat and I can pull it up.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, sis. Let me see. How do I? Okay. Hold on. It's not even giving me that option.
It don't give you the option. It's on this screen right here.
Okay.
So it should say private chat, probably on the bottom or on the side, private chat.
Yeah, no, it's not giving me an option. My phone, this has been acting up all day. But maybe LDR can. He said he got, wait, let me see. All right. Hold on, y'all. Mark, he said they better stop following the dentist that was smoking laughing gas. I'm telling that must have been what it was. I think that's what it was. And then he got struck by lightning, and all of a sudden he got this cue to type. I mean, who do you know in any kind of biblical scripture that has happened to? That sounds demonic. Even their gods. This I think it's like 6 that's named. It just sounds demonic. These are remind me of the fallen angels that's giving man this knowledge.
Well, yeah, the Rancha is the same. It's a ghostwriter. The aliens came and gave him the knowledge about Jesus, so
Yeah.
and the universes. So yeah, he came to him in the dream, or the aliens abducted him or whatever. But it always end up like that. That's how the 12 chart started. In the
Yep.
dream. Like everything started with the aliens in the dream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's just that they have itching ears, tickling ears. They want to hear stuff that is just entertaining instead of the true Hamashiach Christ calls people to repent, to change their lifestyles. It's a hard walk, but everybody wants to be down with something. And this is how they get caught up in these little cults. And it's truly sad. Shalom, Black Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad.
Peace, peace. Can y'all hear me?
Amen.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
I just peace to everybody on the panel. I just wanted to say that I just did a little quick search. I mean, y'all can enlighten me uh for whatever I miss out, but according to my knowledge, the person who wrote this book was a white man, which doesn't even fit the criteria of receiving revelations, because for the simple fact that all throughout the Quran it talks about how the Most High reveals books to a particular bloodline. So in order to even have revelation in the name of Jehovah or Allah or Elohim, you would first have to have the precondition of meeting the bloodline. So the man doesn't even have the blood of an Israelite, and he's claiming that this book had some inspiration by the God of Israel. So for anybody who could just look at that basic tenet of the precondition of getting revelation from Jehovah or Yahweh is that you have to be an Israelite. You know what I'm saying? All the divine prophets of the Bible in the Quran all had the blood of Israel or Ishmael to even receive revelation. So this book can't even be considered divine in itself, because you're attributing the name of the Most High to uh, yourself as if you have received some type of divine revelation, but you don't even have the blood. So that's what I think, what stuck out to me the most. This Oasphe Bible for the conscious community can't be something that can throw us in a haywire and disillusion us. We have to be smarter than that as Israelites, as the chosen. We got to know that the Most High protected his word, protected his faith, protected his way of life, and kept it sacred. And so I just wanted to share that with the panel. Peace.
Peace, brother. I want to share some. They always talk about going to eating herbs and vegetables, right? What's in? You might have knowledge on this, but they forget that Yeshua Hamashiach, aka who they call Jesus, fed people with fish.
They don't want to talk about that.
Down to the language, even the Algonquin language is off.
That is made up. That's just so much of it is just made up BS.
Yeah.
And if it's not made up, it's something he copied out of another book. It's everywhere you look, and all these strange names. Go to Google.
Yeah, majority is copied out of another book.
That's right, and all these strange names. You look it up in Google Translate. It'll tell you what language it is, and it'll tell you what it means. And they're just ordinary words. They're nothing that people use in India and the Middle East and in Scotland, in Norway. They're just, somebody got a dictionary and was looking for strange names, and they said, yeah, I'll use that name there. But it's just so much of it is just made up garbage. A lot of it is Freemasonry. It's just ridiculous when you actually look at this thing. It's just and there's a whole thing. He's trying to impress you with Book of Cosmogony, which is basically the science of the heaven, how the universe works physically. And he stole that from Rene Descartes. It was called a vortex theory of planetary motion. Well, Isaac Newton disproved that theory like 197 years before Oasphe was written. Newborough just found this goofball theory. Sorry, I'm chewing gum. He found this goofball theory in the library, and he said, "Oh, I'll go with this." Well, that theory was already disproven like almost 200 years before Oasphe was even written. So a lot of this stuff he just copied out of other books, and Book of Jehovah's Kingdom on Earth. That was this guy. You had one of his sites up. Says his YouTube channel is Joy something. That's a friend of mine who lives out of the country, but he's an Oasphe researcher, and he's another guy you should interview because he has more information. Newborough channeled other books. He channeled another book called The Prophet, and it has the most damning information in it that you would ever believe. The most anti-African American statements in there. It's just shocking. And I don't want to bring it up here because it's this gentleman's research, but I'll put you guys in touch with him, and you can talk to him. He'll share with you this book called The Prophet that Newborough wrote. I mean, the guy was a fraudster from the word go. He was just a scam artist.
Definitely.
And I want to just say, one thing, if we look at Israel, just the history, and I'm not trying to trigger you, sir, Mr. I didn't quite get your name. My phone is not big enough for me to. Okay, let me just, Mr. Woodson Payne. I'm not trying to offend you, but I will say, if we look at the track record of your people, one thing I've noticed about the Caucasian is that they have this cultural appropriation thing where they like to put themselves in the narrative of black people. And so you see this with the Egyptian culture. They try to whiten everything. Even in Islam, they have whitened the Prophet Muhammad. But we know Wesley Muhammad has brought out the evidence about the color of the Prophet Muhammad being black. So what I'm saying is, even when it comes to holy text, even the Europeans seems to want to tamper with that. And I feel like we have to see this as a problem when we're trying to raise up a new generation of young so-called African American people in the knowledge of self. If we're trying to give them the truth, we have to let them know who the enemy is. And this Caucasian is very instrumental at trying to appropriate our culture to himself and then put it in the mainstream like he's the authority, the originator, and the advocate for our culture. So even in the Christian church, like, the Catholic faith is the hypocrisy of Abrahamic faiths, because we know that Israel is the one who received the Torah. Okay, God gave it to Moses. Moses inherited that book. In the Quran, it talks about the succession, right? Is that Aaron was the successor of Moses, and then there was a long line of successors: King David, King Solomon. They all took the responsibilities and the duties of the kingdom and the teachings. And so when the European got his hands on it, he whitewashed it, created his own faith, called it the Catholic faith, and then that went on widespread. And then they made money off of that. A multi-billion-dollar industry is the Catholic faith, and then we can go down to the small denominations, Protestant, et cetera, et cetera. The same thing happened in Islam. So what I'm saying is, we have to look at this as an insult, Israel, to what they're trying to do with our culture. They're trying to take everything that we make, everything we have, and whitewash it. And this is really a disrespect to Israelite faith. I mean, this Oasphe book is disrespectful to us. We should take it as disrespect. We should not promote it. We shouldn't even talk about it. But if we're going to talk about it, we should make it be known that this is not Israelite culture. Peace.
Yeah, absolutely. It appropriates every culture around the world and claims it for itself. And one of the major premises of Oasphe is a thing called primordialism, where European colonizers come to this continent and they don't have a history of a long civilization in this continent in North America. So what Oasphe does, it culturally appropriates Native American culture and claims it and turns ancient Native Americans into white people. So you're exactly right on what you're saying. They've even whitewashed Native American culture in addition to everything else. You're absolutely right, sir.
Yeah,
Cooking with Billy. Oh, go
I'm
ahead,
sorry. Somebody
Elder.
was. No, go ahead, sis.
I just want to say, Cooking with Billy says that, Native Americans always dealt with spirits and seen angels and demons and still do to this day. Well, number one, there were thousands of tribes. There were some that dealt with the Great Spirit, and this is what the name that the Oasphe totally ruined on this. They took the Algonquin language and totally twisted it. But I want to say that I agree with you, Woodson Payne, that this was just to me a scam to get them off the land, and it's just sad. I'm Algonquin Native American, so it's like I'm like, wait a minute, I'm glad to be here, and I feel blessed to be here because I never knew about this cult. So I'm learning as I go, and it's just like, wow. To me, they did this as a scam to get them off the land, and it worked. In fact, I was trying to pull something up. I'm not sure if Elder Yara got it, but go ahead, Elder Yara. I'm going to press mute.
Hey, real quick, I'm back. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm on my phone, but I would like to, if somebody could pull up Woodson Payne's page. He has Oasphe plagiarized the Book of Mormon. It's like a 30-minute video. We can show it now. It ain't gonna, even if we show it now, they ain't gonna be able to refute it. Even if we show it in the debate, you see what I'm saying? So after everybody get done,
where is this page at?
just type in Woodson Payne, and he had a whole channel.
Right. And so, I think is that what you put in the back chat, sis, Moshe?
Yes. Are you able to share it, brother, or do you think we should hold it for the debate?
I mean, you can share it. If they want, if Sister Karima wants to share before JJ plays this video, because I think this video.
Oh, you got something else? Okay, go ahead.
I'm not.
Yeah, I've
I'm
been
sorry,
waiting on her to share. So yeah, so where's
if
it
y'all
at?
can send it to her, because I can't for some reason put it in the chat. I don't know
Oh,
what's going on with this, but it's been acting crazy. But I know
okay.
why. I know why. The Prince of the Air, the one who,
No doubt.
these phones are ran by, it's AI and all of that. And all of a sudden it starts to act up. So if you can please forward that to our
Yeah.
beautiful sister here. I just want to read some things from that. And it's just a deep history, and
Yeah.
it's very dark and evil. It's
And
sick.
you know what's funny? Queen Moshe? They blocked me from a comment on my own channel. On my own, this Alliance. Then one of my comments got blocked. All I told the guy, the David guy, I said, "Yeah, I seen you on there singing your little Oasphe hymns and songs." That's all I said. And they got blocked. Said you can't post this. So we know that powers that be, they don't want to see this information come out. They don't want
Right.
to see it.
Right.
And
Sis, what you
like I said,
posted in the
look, Cosman on his channel right now, about 4 people in the audience listening to him, to his little rebuttal. I mean, come on, bro. You had a chance to come up here and without acting a fool, without cussing and doing your court gesture routine, and build. Defend your book.
It's crazy because don't they they supposed book teaches that they're supposed to be loving and love on humanity, and so when you see the spirit within them, it's definitely not that. So this book is trash. This is why y'all need to read y'all need to read Torah and Besorah, which is law and the
Yes.
good tidings of Yeshua HaMashiach. Because
Okay.
without that, your heart is governed by Satan. That's what's going on. We battle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and dark powers. Right now, what we're seeing that's manifesting in these guys following this cult is demonic. It's darkness,
Mm-hmm.
and y'all are in.
What's
See,
that?
they in darkness.
Yeah, go ahead, Queen.
The light shineth in the world, but they rejected him, and they are all blinded and deceived by their own vain, puffed up thoughts. They want to be a part of something and feel special. I'd rather y'all join these camps, these Hebrew Israelite camps. Return back to that. Go back to
Right,
that. You could tell me I suffer not a woman. Go ahead, return back to that. I'll accept that.
right,
But the
right.
bull crap that y'all pumping on this is really sad. It reminds me of the episode of Martin Lawrence when he was in that coat, Najee Rumba, and his head. That's what it reminds me of. This is just no different than any other cult, and it's actually worse than many other cults that I have witnessed. It's really
Con,
sad. It
con.
makes
It
no
really
sense.
is. It really is.
Yeah.
I want to say this. I know, Sister Moshe, you had some information you wanted to share, but I think that we really should just hold that, because I think from what we've been sharing and then what you have, I know Brother JJ and I have been talking about, man, just put it all out there and get it out there.
Yeah, you're
There's some
right.
stuff there. This is some information that that I know JJ is privy to, because you sent it to him as well. But this is some stuff that the people are gonna be. This holds shock value.
Yeah, let's hold
All
it.
right.
Oh,
Yeah,
amen.
Go.
yeah, this whole shock, this information holds shock value. You know, most of like what we've been hearing, our good brother Winston Payne, who we appreciate this brother. Since I reached out to him, he's made himself available. Reached out to me, said, "Hey, brother, when we going live again, let's get this information out here." You know, we trying to save as many
Mm-hmm.
people as we can, and so that's why we rocking with this brother, because listen, he's locked on with us, so we could pull as many people away from this, out of the clutches of this, and out of the sights of this foolishness. Now, people want to sit and say, "Hey, look, you know, this just like any, it's like any other cult." You see what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And that's absolutely true. It's just like any other cult. The biggest issue that I have with this, and Brother Woodson even bought this out the other day. What they're doing now is they're trying to switch it up. They're
Yeah.
mixing this with the Torah. They're mixing this with the Tanakh. And this is
Mm.
what we see the Oasphe guys that we're dealing with now. This is what they're doing. They're mixing this up with the Torah and trying to mix it up with Tanakh and try to say, "Hey, look, this your God ain't the right God." But then you want to come and read out of the Torah to us.
Right.
Like this is insane, and this is what I'm saying. Like, no, we not. Who do y'all think we are? Y'all think we not the sons and daughters of the Most High? Y'all, we gonna sit by and let y'all try to do this? No, we ain't doing that.
That's right.
That's not happening. You see what I'm saying? So that's why we're here. You understand what I'm saying? We're not here to cloud chase. I'm sure all of us got something better to do. We got other lessons we could have been teaching, other series we could have been doing, other things other folks. Listen, Moshe deal with she Sister Moshe deals with many sisters she deals with. You know what I'm saying? And teaching and then strengthening them, and brothers as well. And
Thank you.
JJ7000, we got many things to do. You see what I'm saying? But this right here, we got to put a pin in this, because this is important. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Not just to let the House of Consciousness know, or Sonetta Channel know, but this is to let the world know.
Amen, brother. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
You see what I'm saying? We want to let the world know that this ain't it. This is not it.
Yeah.
If you're looking for answers, this ain't the way to turn.
Yeah.
Yep.
This ain't the way to turn. And we don't want, listen, this is how I look at it, family. The moment I hear this type of blasphemy, and it's blasphemous, that's really what it is. Once I hear this type of stuff going out, we cannot sit by and sit idly by and just listen to y'all go forth as if we chummy buddy with it, with this information that y'all trying to put out here. At least y'all turn
Mm-hmm.
somebody away from the Most High and
Yep.
following this foolishness, then your blood is on my hands.
Right.
Yep. That's
See,
right.
y'all don't get that in the spirit. I'm talking to Israel now. When y'all hear stuff like this and you don't speak up, and you just, well, maybe it sounds like that. Nah, if you don't speak up, their blood is on your hands, because we're supposed to
Mm-hmm.
be the light unto the nations. And when you don't shine that light, listen, if all you don't do is say, you know what, this is what I know the scriptures say. You ain't got to know all the information on Oasphe, but you should have at least one or two scriptures that cut this and say, listen, no, this is who my God is.
That's
This is
right.
what my book says. That once you do that, you done your work. Unless the Most High call you to do more. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But we can't sit by, man, and we can't sit by, man, and let this stuff go forward, man, because all of that pedophilia and that see, listen, this is the game he plays. What's the brother always trying to? Your God is a pederast. He don't even know what the definition of a pederast is, but your God is a pederast. You see what I'm saying? That stuff is it's in the DNA of that Oasphe. It's in the DNA of that book. And that's why no matter whether it's in Australia or California or Chicago or New Orleans, it's in the DNA of that book. That's the DNA of that demon. That Molecular priesthood, that Baal worship, that
I want
child
to add on to you
sacrifice.
right after you, Elra. I'm gonna add on to you.
All that. Go ahead.
Khan. For man to know himself is for him to feel that for him there is no human master. For man to know himself is for him to feel that for him there is no human master. When man fails to grasp his authority, he sinks to the level of an animal. Our race has been without a will, without a purpose of its own for all this length of time. Where can we find in this race of ours real men? Men of character, men of purpose, men of confidence, men of faith, men who really know themselves. To me, a man has no master but God. This feeling makes man so courageous, so bold as to make it impossible for his brother to intrude upon his rights, So few of us can understand what it takes to make a man. The man who will never give up, the man who will never depend upon others to do for him what he can do for himself. We don't want this book because we got what we need. All right. We don't need this fungus, this contamination in our community because it's not for Israel. We got to know who we are. We got to know that the Most High gave us everything we need, chose us, and delivered the information for us to civilize ourselves. When we take on this Ashapi book, it's almost like we're saying that we made the white man our master. The master is saying, you don't know your book good enough. And so let me help you interpret it the right way. See, every time the European comes with a type of solution for our problems, it's like we're making him our master. So we have to take back the pride. We have to have confidence. We have to have faith. And we have to know that the Most High gave us everything we need in order for us to survive in this Babylon. Right on. So I just wanted to say that was the words of Marcus Messiah Garvey. We have to really take back our culture and have pride in that, oh Israel. And really, we really shouldn't be having too many conversations after this one, man. We got the right people on the panel to put the sword on that. Right on. Please.
Right.
Shalom. Can I say one more thing after the brother? I just want to read with 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 34. Awake to righteousness and sin not, for some have not the knowledge of Yahuwah, or God. I speak this to your shame, but some man will say, how are the dead raised up? And with what body do they come? See, these people think all flesh. And then it says, thou fool, that which you sowest is not quickened except it die. And that which you sow not that body, you sow is not that body that shall be, but bear grain, it may chance of wheat or some other grain. But God giveth it a body as it hath pleased him, and to every seed his own body. All flesh is not the same flesh, but there is one kind of flesh of men, another flesh of beasts, another of fishes, and another of birds. There are also celestial bodies and bodies terrestrial, meaning heavenly, earthly, right? But the glory of the celestial is one, and the glory of the terrestrial is another. There is one glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars. For one star differeth from another star in glory. So also is the resurrection of the dead. It is sown in corruption, it is raised up in incorruption. It is sown in dishonor, it is raised in glory. It is sown in weakness. It is raised in power. It is sown a natural body. It is raised a spiritual body. There is a natural body and there is a spiritual body. And so it is written, the first man, Adam, was made a living soul. The last Adam was made a quickening spirit. That's Yeshua HaMashiach. Howbeit, that was not that that was not first which is spiritual, but that which is natural, and afterward that which is spiritual. The first man is of the earth, earthy. The second man is Adonai from heaven, from the Hashemayim. As as is the earthy, such are they also that are earthy. And as in the heavenly, such are they also that are heavenly. And as we have borne the image of the earthy, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly. Now, this, I got a few more scriptures. Now, this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of Yahuwah, neither does corruption inherit incorruption. Hallelujah. Verse 51, behold, I show you a mystery. You shall not all sleep, but we all shall be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. You see, so we can't just go about doing what we want to do. We have to be changed by the Spirit, by the washing and watering of the Word. Yeshua HaMashiach said, he said, I baptize with fire in the Holy Ruach, the Holy Spirit. You see, John or Yohanan, he baptized with water. See, there's a difference. People don't want to go through the fire to look at their lives and say, what do I need to change within? It says, be still on your own bed and commune with your own heart. People don't want to do that. Hallelujah. People don't want to do that. And then it says, for this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is your sting? O grave, where is thy victory? So you see, one more. The sting of death is sin, and the strength of sin is the law. But thanks be to Yahuwah, which giveth us the victory through our Adonai Yeshua HaMashiach, his Ben, his son, that was sent here. See, people want to ask, why, why did Abraham why did your God of the Bible ask Abraham to sacrifice his son? Notice he said, hold on, don't do it. It was a trying of the heart. He gave him their son, but it was actually a type and a shadow because he was to give his only begotten son so that whoever shall believe in him shall be saved. And a lot of these fake cults love to name all the time his name. They put Jesus, Yeshua, but they don't do as he do. Galatians chapter 1 or I think 3 says, whoever preaches a different gospel or good news, let that man be accursed. Y'all, those who are teaching this is accursed.
Bring
Last
it out,
scripture.
sis.
Last scripture, y'all. Therefore, my beloved brethren, be ye steadfast, unmovable, always abounding in the work of Adonai. For as much as you know that your labor is not in vain in Adonai. This is why we do what we do. This is why Elder Yavra was saying what he said, because we're laboring for the people of Yah. Yeshua told Peter, if you love me, feed my sheep. That wasn't talking about physical. He wasn't even talking about the physical food, but the spiritual food. He was that living bread, the manna that they ate. Hallelujah, in the wilderness. People can't see that because they are earthy. And these kind of spiritual things are foolishness to y'all. I even see certain people, to them. I even see, to y'all. I see certain people who think they know this word, but they still living in the flesh. Because as I think, what is it, 1 Corinthians, it said, even today, when Moses is read, let me just grab that, and it's the last one I'm gonna say. Hold on one more second.
Do what you do. Yeah, while she finding that, like I said, y'all want to run around and mock,
Yeah,
and
I got
you
this is the
got it.
last one. I'm sorry,
Okay, go
bro.
ahead. No, do your
Hallelujah.
thing.
I got the old school Bible in front of me. Cause these devices ain't gonna stop this word. Hallelujah. It ain't gonna, I had to get me the I had to go and get the book. Hallelujah. It says, look at this, verse 12, 2 Corinthians chapter 3, verses 12. It says, seeing then that we have such hope, we use great plainness of speech. You see, they're not even using great plainness of speech. They're confusing people. We know Satan is the author of confusion. And not as Moses or Moshe, which put a veil over his face that the children of Israel could not steadfastly look to the end of that which is abolished. Not that the law is abolished. It's not abolished. We still obviously go to the Old Testament, but the thing is we don't kill lambs and stuff every year like the high priest did, one for himself and one for the people, right? Yeshua is the ultimate sacrifice. He is our lamb. It says, and not as Moses, which put hold on. But their minds were blinded. Verse 14. But their minds were blinded, for until this day, remains the same veil, untaken away in the reading of the Old Testament, which veil is done away in Yeshua. You see, when he was crucified, we all know that the temple, the veil was split in half. The one that enter into the holies of holies. So this is deep. People got to learn this first before they go try to dabble into even certain books like the Book of Enoch and stuff. Because if you don't have the foundation of Yeshua HaMashiach, which is the chief cornerstone, the stone which the buildings rejected, then you're gonna be lost, brother. They're gonna be lost. It says, but their minds were blinded, for until this day, the same veil untaken away in the reading of the Old Testament, which veil is done away in Yeshua. But even unto this day, he repeats it again. When the Bible mentions something twice, you know it's double. Because in the Hebrew, when something's mentioned twice, it's more effective.
Teach this.
Hallelujah. Hebrew is like an action word and action language. But even unto this day, when Moses is read, the veil is upon their heart. Nevertheless, when it shall turn unto Adonai, the veil shall be taken away. Now Adonai is that spirit, and where the spirit of Adonai is, there is liberty, there's freedom. Hallelujah. But we all, with open face, beholding as in a glass the glory of Adonai, are changed into the same image from glory to glory, even as by the spirit of Yahuwah. So they sitting there focusing on a spaceship, right? They so focused on a spaceship. They don't realize that they taking that spaceship straight into the depths of hell. It's going to be a one-way ticket there. Hallelujah.
Doomsday call. It's a doomsday call, ladies and gentlemen. Even Elder Payne brought out yesterday that the Fox sisters was a major influence of John Newberg's vision. And these Fox sisters were like pretending that they could channel spirits, but it was just a trick. They could click their feet and make these noises without people even noticing. But they finally came out and said that this was a hoax. And this is where he can say it better than me. This is where you get your Cosmon years, the year of Thor and the year of Osiris and all these other years that they got that there's nowhere that can be documented. So this is what John Newberg based, like I say, his idea off of. And once they came out and said it's a hoax, that they tricked everybody, that kills everything when you trying to go through your historical timeline. It kills it. Wilson Payne, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Can you go over that Fox sister thing again and how it influenced John Newberg? You said it yesterday.
Yeah. So
and how?
Yeah, these are just two little girls that were terrorizing their mother by tying a string on an apple, and they'd bounce it on the stairs. And their mother was a really high-strung person, and she would have panic attacks and this kind of thing. And they just did it to terrorize their mother. So one of them figured out that she could pop her knuckle in her big toe while she had her foot on a wooden floor, and it would resonate like a knock. So it became a game where they were just pulling the wool over over the eyes of all these adults. And their aunt got involved, and she turned it into a business. So the Fox sisters and their aunt went around the United States giving these stage shows, and you could ask the spirits something that you could answer with a yes or no answer. And they were charging money. They were making big money around the country. They went to Europe. And so this was part of Newborough's theory of why Oasphe came about was that this new spiritual awakening happened in 1848 when the Fox sisters started doing these rappings, which it was just a trick. And so he mentions this in the Oasphe Bible, that he says, yeah, these Fox sisters, that's when the heavens opened up and all this information from the heavens came down. And I came along later in 1881 and published this Oasphe that I got from the spirits. So it's embedded in Oasphe so rigidly that you can't say the Fox sisters weren't a part of Oasphe. So he's hung himself right there. So by 1884, they have a cult going out in New Mexico. In 1888, the Fox sisters went before an audience of 2,000 spiritualists at a New York Music Academy in a big hall and confessed that this whole 40-year reign of these spirit rappings and these spiritual shows that they were doing was all a scam. And the next day, the Maggie got up on the stage and showed these doctors and scientists how she could pop her knuckle in her big toe and make these rapping sounds. And so the word was out. The spiritualists hated her now. She was the darling, they were the darling twins of, they're not twins, but the darling little girls of the spiritualist movement until they exposed it as a hoax. So the whole premise of Oasphe is shot down by 1888 when the Fox sisters confess that this thing is a hoax. So, and
definitely.
I spoke to Cosmin Cal about this, and the two girls by this time were adults. It's 40 years later since 1848. So they had become alcoholics, and these spiritualists, there were so many spiritualists doing all kinds of crazy stage shows in those days that they weren't so special anymore, and they were hard up for money. So a reporter from one of the newspapers said, you know, I'll give you like $1,500 or $2,000 if you'll tell us what the truth is about the spiritualist rapping, that you're talking to spirits. So she took the money, she went up on stage and told the whole truth. And the next day, her sister, Kate, wrote a letter to the same newspaper and said everything that Margaret had said is the truth. And, you know, I pray that that people realize that this was a hoax and we were just kids pulling a prank. And, you know, they wanted forgiveness for pulling this scam on people for 40 years. Well, that little confession just completely destroys the Oasphe Bible, because
that's just like one of the final nails in the coffin, ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
you heard it here first.
An author wrote this after it came out in the paper. An author wrote the whole history of the Fox sisters. The book is called The Death Blow to Spiritualism. And he gives a short biography of their life, and then he details their confession. So the word has been out on the street in the spiritualist movement since 1888. It's just that none of the Oasphe people got that information, nor do they want to know about it. And when you confront them about it, they're going to say, "Oh, well, she was an alcoholic, and she just needed the money, and blah 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 blah," you know. But it completely destroys Oasphe.
Wow!
You don't have to debate. You don't have to debate this chapter and that chapter. Look, the whole thing was a scam from day one. So that tells you right there that New Girl was a scam. if the Fox's sisters were a scam, Newborough was a scam. And this whole thing about riding with spirits over his head, guiding him, typing this thing, that's all a scam. And it's over. It's completely over. You can't.
Wow.
You can't.
Yeah. Now didn't it? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Somebody need to mute their mic. Jesus Buddha Muhammad, you got some bad feedback coming. I like didn't they rewrite the book a couple of times, or so if it was spiritually inspired, why did they have to revise it, and some of the prophecy was left out, and can you kind of get into that?
That's a good point, brother.
Yeah, I don't have any hard evidence of what happened, but between I and another researcher, there's a lot of prophets in Oasphe that Newborough mentions, but he refers to the book of so and so and the book of so and so. Well, those books don't appear in Oasphe, but yet he says it. So we have a feeling that he got this manuscript from somebody else, and he flipped a bunch of stuff to make it rhyme with Freemasonry and all the cultural appropriation of Native American culture. And he just wove this thing into a big, long story. And he was a fiction writer to begin with. So
that's right.
It's just like Ron L. Hubbard, a science fiction writer,
Right.
Scientology, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know who Ron L. Hubbard is.
That's what they all do.
So,
yeah, I want to say on that. I want to speak on that real quick, JJ. If you read, there's the gentleman, and I can't recall his name right now, but maybe you guys know it. The gentleman, he was like the secondhand guy. He married Newsborough's wife after he passed away.
Dirty dog.
What is the gentleman's name?
Andrew Howland.
Yeah,
he was the money man behind this whole New Mexico colony. And Newborough was advertising, here, come live in this free land. You'll have a home and everything. All you have to do is like grow some vegetables and sell them. And you can live here free. And the whole thing is communally owned. And everybody can come live in this commune and you'll be part of it. You'll own part of it. Well, the people there, some of these people were doctors and lawyers, and they figured out on their own that the property was not in a nonprofit trust. So it turned out that Andrew Howland, the man that married the widow, was actually pulling the strings behind the scene. And when you joined this group, you had to turn over all your land,
all your assets,
and all your cash. So Newborough got the cash, and Howland got the deed to your farm. They were only recruiting wealthy people that had farms. They weren't taking some Joe Blow off the street that's homeless. They were courting people that had a farm and had cash.
Right.
And the whole thing was a scam. The whole thing was a scam out there. And some of the members ended up suing Newborough in Superior Court. And
can somebody mute their mic who's not? Then we ready to speak. Then we can turn it on.
But at any account, he was a total fraud. He was verbally abusive to the people there at that cult in New Mexico.
Not the pacifist.
Not a pacifist. And children, well, this is like before the turn of the century, so they don't have antibiotics. So children were dying. And it's my understanding that when the boys grew up, these orphans grew up, when they got to be 12, they ran away and never came back. The girls weren't so adventurous. They stayed on at the farm, but they ended up getting pregnant from these male members of this colony. So there's a whole lot of stuff going on there that is in the newspapers. It's in the local
Damn shame.
New Mexico newspapers of everything that was going on. And every time he'd throw somebody off the property, they'd write a nasty letter to the editor of the local paper explaining what's going on out there in that cult. So the guy was a con artist. He was running a real estate scam. And Oasphe was based on the Fox sisters. That's about all you got to know.
Now, didn't he kill somebody because he gave him too much Novocaine or something like that?
Yeah, but it's not Novocaine. It's nitrous oxide. So it's a gas.
Laughing gas.
And yes, laughing gas. Thank you. So in those days, it came in a small liquid. You poured it in a bag. You added so many quarts of water. You shook it up, and it generated nitrous oxide. And then you breathed into this thing. Well, some lady was in poor health, and he didn't question her well enough to see what kind of physical health this lady was in, and she took the laughing gas, and that was it. She died. So there was a court trial after that, kind of like a coroner's inquest. So one of the people that inspected his office said that, well, you're supposed to make this stuff up new every day, a new bag of laughing gas. It can't be an old bag from yesterday. Well, he gave her an old bag that was kind of dirty, and I don't think that killed her, but anyway, it was a bag from the day before. So he was kind of negligent in that, but he didn't.
Bad dope.
He didn't receive any jail punishment or anything like that.
Right.
He did kill somebody.
Same gas
real
he
quick
seemed to be on while writing that book.
Yeah, hold up, y'all. We got the Minister of Music, the Minister of Music in the Lions Den. I'm talking about no other than Neo Love. If y'all heard the beginning of the show, that's his music that comes on. He also does music for Black Jesus Minister and the House of Consciousness and Paradigm Shift 314. Go ahead, Neo Love. Introduce yourself.
What's good, Doc? How y'all doing today?
Oh, man, we just...
Shalom,
yeah, we over here, but
I ain't seeing what y'all up to. I saw y'all in the building.
We over here bleeding the block.
Yeah, man. Lions in the building, we got a new team member over here, Wilson Payne, you know what I'm saying? He over there, this is a primary source. He lived the whole Oasphe experience. And we had a whole bunch of Oaspes in the audience. They ran up out of here after we kept busting their head. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, these guys, we know we're supposed to be doing a debate with them, but I don't think they're going to show up. They don't want to put the Oasphe versus the Bible, what's best for the Black community. But Wilson Payne already said it was a racist organization. And you guys, we call you Nooks or Nook. It's coon spelled backwards. You hear me? That's what you are pushing this agenda. Nook or Osama. Osamba. Sambo spelled backwards. You see, that's what we call y'all. So y'all want to call us drooks and all this. Man, let me tell you something, man. This book has nothing to do with your people. And that's not being, harsh. It's just reality, man. And y'all think y'all done found a new flavor and then want to try to discredit the Bible, but then you got Yeshua, you got Moses in your book, you got Mary and every other character almost that's in the Bible in your book. Then in the book of Osiris, it's got an Adam and Eve story. You didn't think I knew that? You got an Adam and Eve story that you stole from the Bible. You plagiarizing books from Corinthians and everything else, man. And y'all want to say that we don't know who the creator is? Then you're running around here talking about Yahweh, and you can call him what you want, but you're talking about if you saw on Jehovah, they correlate Yahweh and Jehovah together. So you're talking about the own person that you calling your creator. Then we done found out you said that Jehovah is your creator, but he's reporting to somebody else complaining.
Right.
He's reporting to another deity higher than him, but y'all didn't think we would find that out. And y'all calling on Jehovah, saying that this is your creator. He don't. Jehovah, I don't sit on the throne. This is what this Daryl Cosmon do. Come out. Look, bro. All the little scriptures that you presented, brother. We trust me. We gonna show you what they really mean, because you ain't doing it but leaning on your own understanding, brother. You a good speaker. You mean you a good speaker? I give you that. But a good speaker cannot hide when a good speaker can only sound good for so long, because the false information bleeds itself out. I may not be a great orator, but I'm gonna bring the good facts that come out with it. You know, all that special talk and talking like Jabari and all that ain't gonna help you in this debate. Now, is this the Book of Mormon, the 30-minute video that I like to show? Or was y'all trying to say that? Because, I mean, everybody know that this book was plagiarized from Mormonism and everywhere else. What is this right here, Sister Kareem?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, you can play that, JJ.
Huh?
Yeah, I said, yeah, definitely play that. Definitely bring that out.
Yeah, let's play this, because see, listen, we don't want to hide nothing from the audience. We want the audience to be educated and know what's going on. So when you get to the debate, you already know you're already 2 steps ahead of you with us. You're on the same page with us.
They come to the debate. If
they ain't showing up, because you know what? They don't want that title. Which book is best for the black community? The Oasphe or the Bible? What black leaders has used this book for black liberation and the civil rights movement? That book was out during the civil rights movement, and not one of them picked up an Oasphe book. When you go to jail or prison, you don't see a book of Oasphe to reform you. And like somebody said, thank God that Nat Turner didn't pick up the book of Oasphe to be a pacifist. You understand? The hell wrong with y'all, man? That's why they fleed up out of here.
The Oasphe book. They trying to ban the Bible.
Right. That's why they fled up out of here.
Point.
Cosmon over there with about 4 people watching. Talking about he debunking Woodson Payne and the Lions Den. Man, go sit down. You had a chance to come up in here and defend yourself. Now you want to go over there and talk to goddamn 4 people? Come on, man. Right. Let's play this video. I hope it ain't. Go ahead, Chris.
Yo, Shalom.
It's a 30-minute video about Woodson Payne.
I'm gonna say peace to everybody, man. I'm gonna sit in the back. I'm gonna get in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Watch everything, man. I appreciate y'all letting me up, though.
Hey,
for sure, Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad.
All right, shalom.
Blessings, brother.
Yep, let's get it.
Book of Mormon. Ancient America was colonized about 589 BCE by a group of Jews from Jerusalem. After landing on the western shore of the land southward, which Joseph Smith and early Mormons identified as South America, these immigrants divided into 2 warring groups, the righteous Nephites and the wicked Lamanites, the latter of which were cursed with a dark skin to discourage intermarriage between members of the 2 groups. The Book of Mormon covers about 1,000 years of Nephite history, wherein they cycle through alternating periods of righteousness and wickedness. National ruin is repeatedly averted when the proud Nephites are brought to their knees through war with the savage Lamanites, causing them to repent and give heed to the prophets. In the end, the Nephites finally become so wicked that they are beyond redemption, and God allows the Lamanites to annihilate them in the 4th century CE in the land northward, near the eastern seaboard, in a region distinguished for its lakes and rivers. No one in Joseph Smith's day was in a position to question the Book of Mormon's historical claims. In fact, the general outline of Nephite history fits well with what was already believed about the mound builders, who had anciently inhabited the Americas and built the great temples and vast palaces discovered in Mexico and Central and South America, as well as the curious earthenworks in Central and Eastern United States. This mythical race, like the Nephites, were said to be white-skinned Christian agriculturalists, who were ultimately destroyed in the Great Lakes region by the savage ancestors of the American Indian. Hi, I'm Dan Vogel. Thanks for joining me. In this video, I will explore in detail the once popular mound builder myth and explain why the Book of Mormon's version of ancient American history was both familiar and credible to first readers of the book.
Just run that copyright thing across the screen real quick. We're gonna run the copyright thing though. To our copyright, see. Don't try to plagiarize. Let's go. Let's
to the New World were mystified by the discovery of the magnificent stone ruins in the jungles of Central and South America, as well as the abandoned earthworks of the Mississippi Valley and Great Lakes region. Such works contrasted sharply with what white settlers believed about Native Americans, whom they considered to be too uncivilized and lazy to have been responsible for their construction. It seemed obvious to them that another race superior to the Indians had once inhabited the Americas, which had either been run off or annihilated by the Indians in the Great Lakes region prior to the arrival of the British and European settlers. The mound builder myth thus grew out of the cultural and racial prejudices of its creators, and it should be no surprise that the myth reflected themselves and their troubled relationship with the Indians. Indeed, this fabled history was used to justify the cruel treatment Native Americans received at the hands of white colonists, who were trying to keep history, as they imagined it, from repeating itself. In contrast with French Jesuits who believed the Indians were noble men of nature, lacking only Christianity, the Puritans of New England held a harsh estimation of Native Americans. The Puritans were Calvinists and anti-primitivists, who not only believed that civilization was superior to the natural or primitive state, but also that Christian salvation was linked to civilization. When the Indians resisted Puritan efforts to Christianize and civilize them, Puritan accounts became increasingly unkind and pessimistic about Indian character. Some concluded the Indians were inherently savage and entirely incapable of civilization, and needed to be removed, either by death or forced exile. In his 1702 Magnalia Christi Americana, Puritan divine Cotton Mather declared that the Indians were doleful creatures and the veriest ruins of mankind, which are to be found anywhere upon the face of the earth. Though we know not when or how these Indians first became inhabitants of this mighty continent, he wrote, yet we may guess that probably the devil decoyed those miserable savages hither, in the hopes that the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ would never come here, to destroy or disturb his absolute empire over them. In another work, India Christiana, Mather concluded that their way of life was lamentably barbarous, and their religion beyond all expression dark. Even Roger Williams, otherwise a defender of Indian rights, was appalled by their hideous worships of creatures and devils. Those who portrayed the Indians as inherently savage, however, had to explain the existence of the earthenworks of North America, as well as the great stone buildings and temples of Mexico and Peru. Many could only reconcile such contradictions by proposing that there simply must have once been a civilized, productive group in America in addition to the Indians. Jeremy Belknap, speaking to the Massachusetts Historical Society in 1792, articulated the theory this way. Mounds and fortifications of irregular construction were discovered in the thickest shades of the American forest, overgrown with trees of immense age, which are supposed to be not the first growth upon the spot, since the dereliction of its ancient possessors. The most obvious mode of solving the difficulty which arose in the curious mind on this occasion was by making inquiry of the natives, but the structures are too ancient for their tradition, Indeed, the form and materials of these works seem to indicate the existence of a race of men in a stage of improvement superior to those natives of whom we or our fathers have had any knowledge, who had different ideas of convenience and utility, who were more patient of labor, and better acquainted with the art of defense. At what remote period these works were erected and by whom, what became of their builders, whether they were driven away or destroyed by the more fierce and savage people, the Goths and Vandals of America, or Indians, or whether they voluntarily migrated to a distant region, and where that region is, are questions which at present cannot be satisfactorily answered. New York Governor DeWitt Clinton also believed ancient America was inhabited by two distinct groups. Interested in the Indian mounds of his state, he personally visited many of them and speculated about their origins at a meeting of the New York Historical Society in 1811. There is every reason to believe that previous to the occupancy of this country by the progenitors of the present nations of Indians, it was inhabited by a race of men much more populous and much further advanced in civilization. The numerous remains of ancient fortifications which are found in this country demonstrates a population far exceeding that of the Indians when this country was first settled. Clinton speculated that in ancient times, a large group from northern Asia migrated to America. Once in America, they built mighty cities and became numerous. In time, they were invaded and attacked by a more savage group, also from Asia, and eventually annihilated. And the fortifications, he concluded, are the only remaining monuments of these ancient and exterminated nations. John Yates and Joseph Moulton related an Indian legend in their 1824 history of New York, which seemed to corroborate such a theory. Before and after that remote period, when the ancestors of the Senecas sprung into existence, the country, especially about the lakes, was thickly inhabited by a race of civil, enterprising, and industrious people who were totally destroyed and whose improvements were taken possession of by the Senecas. Such sentiments found their way into newspaper accounts, even in the neighborhood where Joseph Smith grew up. In 1818, the Palmyra Register opined that the mound builders had made much greater advances in the arts of civilized life than any Indians, and the Palmyra Herald declared in 1823 that the fortifications were the work of some other people than the Indians. Not surprisingly, some believe these mound builders were a white-skinned race. Ethan Smith referred to James Adair's remark that the Indians have their tradition, that in the nation from which they originally came, all were of one color. The color, according to Smith, was white, as the Indians have brought down a tradition that their former ancestors, away in a distant region from which they came, were white. In 1816, the Philadelphia Portfolio reported that it is a very general opinion prevailing in the Western country that there is ample proof that the country in general was once inhabited by a civilized and agricultural people who were eventually destroyed by the Indians. It is a current opinion, the periodical continued, that the first inhabitants of the Western country were white people and therefore cannot be denominated Indians. One Indian tradition reportedly held Kentucky had once been inhabited by white people, but that they were exterminated by the Indians. In their 1824 History of New York, which was advertised in Joseph Smith's local newspaper, Yates and Moulton discuss at length that the mounds of fortifications in the Great Lakes region had been constructed by a white race and that they had been destroyed by the Indians. After recounting stories of light-complexioned Indians still existing in Central and South America, they wrote, "An exterminating war appears to have taken place between the barbarous natives, perhaps under some Attila or Genseric, and their more refined civilized neighbors, ending in nearly the total destruction of the latter, the few survivors of whom fled to happier climes. And to these aboriginal whites, perhaps the Mexicans, etc., were indebted for their knowledge and refinement." Speaking of the earthen works of North America, Yates and Moulton state, The traditions of other Indians ascribe the construction of these works to whites. Indians northwest of Ohio and others say that they had understood from their old men that it had been a tradition among their several nations that the western country, and particularly Ohio and Kentucky, had once been inhabited by white people, but they were exterminated. In Sketches of Louisville and its Environs, published in 1819, Henry Murtry related the following. If then there once existed in this country a people so far advanced in the arts of civilized life, as these relics indisputably prove to have been the case, the question very naturally arises, what has become of them? Hence arose a race of light-complexioned men, distinguished from their savage brethren, not more by a difference of color than by a refinement of intellect and a knowledge of the arts. About the time when General Clark first visited this country, an old Indian is said to have assured him that there was a tradition to this effect, that there had formerly existed a race of Indians whose complexion was lighter than that of the other natives, which caused them to be known by the name of white Indians, that bloody wars had always been waged between the two, but that at last the black Indians got the better of the others in a great battle fought at Clarksville, wherein all the latter were assembled, that the remnant of their army took refuge in Sandy Island, whither their successful and implacable enemies followed and put every individual to death. Late in the 19th century, the director of the Smithsonian's Bureau of Ethnology, John Wesley Powell, assessed the popularity of these beliefs, which by that time had been superseded. It is difficult to exaggerate the prevalence of this romantic fallacy, or the force with which this hypothetic lost races had taken possession of the imaginations of men, he wrote. For more than a century, the ghosts of a vanished nation have ambuscaded in the vast solitudes of the continent, and the forest-covered mounds have been usually regarded as the mysterious sepulchres of its kings and nobles. The mound builder myth thus made manageable for many Americans a complex of persistent problems with the Indians. Certainly, the archaeological record displayed evidence of what white settlers termed civilization, cities, temples, and fortifications. Yet Americans had come to justify their harsh behavior toward the Indians and taking their lands by talking about the Indians' inherent savagery and their inability to be civilized. The mound builder myth thus reconciled such contradictory ideas about the Indians. Given the negative estimation of Indian character common by the beginning of the 19th century, attempts by Ethan Smith and others to identify them with the lost 10 tribes of Israel have been described by one historian as part of a last-moment revivalist effort to find a secure place for the Indian in a civilized Christian world. The 10-tribe theorists tried to mitigate the view that the Indians were inherently savage. The Indians are not savages. They are wild and savage in their habits, but possess great vigor of intellect and native talent, proclaimed Mordecai Noah in his 1825 speech on Indian origins. They are a brave and eloquent people, he said. The Reverend Ethan Smith of Pulteney, Vermont, shared Noah's sentiments. In his popular book, View of the Hebrews, published in 1823 and reprinted in 1825, he argued that the Indians had in fact become cruel and savage, but that it was because of their mistreatment by unprincipled whites, and that it was unfair to judge them by what they did in war. Yet, it is a fact, he said, that there are many excellent traits in their original character, such as might have been expected from the descendants of the ancient Israel of God. Certainly, Smith wrote, the Indians have deserved better treatment than they received from the whites. He pled with his fellow Americans, let them not become extinct before your eyes. Let them no longer roam in savage barbarism and death. By associating the Indians with the lost 10 tribes of Israel, Ethan Smith hoped to stop the Indian destruction and place a burden of responsibility on America for their conversion. This duty of Christianizing the natives of our land, even be they from whatever origin, is enforced from every evangelical consideration. If our natives be indeed from the tribes of Israel, American Christians may well feel that one great object of their inheritance here is that they may be the primary agency in restoring those lost sheep of the house of Israel. Thus, Ethan Smith defended the Indians against harsh judgments about their character and abilities by linking them with the lost tribes of Israel. According to Smith, these Jewish braves were no different than ancient Israelites who also had lapsed into apostasy and idolatry. Far from being heathens or devil worshippers, Smith hoped to show that the Indians practiced a religion that retained many Judeo-Christian elements. Indeed, Smith and other advocates of the Lost Ten Tribe theory filled their books with parallels between Indian religion, culture, and languages and that of the Jews. But the claim that Christianity had once been preached among the Indians anciently is most interesting in light of the Book of Mormon's scandalous claim that Jesus had visited America shortly after his resurrection in Palestine. The gospel had, in very remote times, already been preached in America, wrote Ethan Smith. It is a noted fact that there is a far greater analogy between much of the religion of the Indians and Christianity than between that of any other heathen nation on earth and Christianity. John Yates and Joseph Moulton, in their History of the State of New York, reported that a certain Indian tribe in Missouri was still retaining some ceremonies of the Christian worship. Ethan Smith even claimed the Indians believed in the Christian Trinity, basing his opinion on the discovery in one mound of what he called a triune vessel, a vase formed of 3 human faces said to represent Indian gods. But, argued the Reverend Smith, the triune vessel could be better interpreted as a representation of one Jehovah in 3 persons. The earliest Spanish explorers of Central and South America had also been looking for Christian parallels. Large stone crosses found in Central America, for example, were cited as evidence that Christianity had been preached in ancient America. Cortez reported seeing a stone cross 10 feet high near a temple in Mexico, which he promptly had destroyed to prevent the natives from worshiping it. The Indians, he reported, can never know the original, how the God of the cross came amongst them. There is no memory of any preaching of the gospel. Although the natives had no memory of Christianity, the stone crosses, according to early writer Francisco Clavijero, proved to many that the gospel had been preached in America some centuries before the arrival of the Spaniards. Antonio del Rio included in his 1822 book a plate showing an engraving of a Mayan offering sacrifice to one of these stone crosses. Actually, these so-called crosses are stylized or conventionalized world trees, a central element in the religious worship of the Aztec and Maya, who believed that such trees were placed at the 4 cardinal points and another in the center. A belief that Christianity had existed in the New World led naturally to questions about how the gospel could have been preached to the ancient Americans. In 1792, Jeremy Belknap phrased the question this way: if the gospel be designed for a universal benefit to mankind, why was it not brought by the apostles to America? To solve this difficulty, it has been alleged that America was known to the ancients, and that it was enlightened by the personal ministry of the apostles. Congregational clergyman Samuel Mather argued in 1773 that Christ had commissioned his apostles to go into all the world to preach the gospel, and that the apostle Paul had declared that the gospel had been preached to every creature under heaven. Therefore, there were good reasons for believing that the gospel had been preached to the ancient Americans. Mather himself believed that the apostles and perhaps some of the 70 disciples might have visited America and preached the gospel. Although the Indians of this Western world sinned away the gospel, Mather hoped that through his preaching they would one day be restored to the true Christian faith. Early Spanish explorers and priests also promoted the story that the apostles once came to America to preach the gospel. Speculation about an apostolic visit to ancient America seemed to find support when it was discovered that the Mexican god Quetzalcoatl and 2 other deities of Central and South America were, as described by James H. McCullough in his 1817 book Researches on America, men who appeared on a sudden with white skins, long beards, and flowing garments. Some identified Quetzalcoatl with the Apostle Thomas. Francisco Clavijero, who personally doubted the story of St. Thomas's visit to America, wrote, Dr. Singüenza imagined that Quetzalcoatl, deified by these people, the Mexicans, was no other than the apostle St. Thomas, who announced to them the gospel. Some Mexican writers are persuaded that the gospel had been preached in America some centuries before the arrival of the Spaniards. The grounds of that opinion are some crosses which have been found at different times, which seem to have been made before the arrival of the Spaniards. The fast of 40 days observed by the people of the New World, the tradition of the future arrival of strange people with beards, and the prints of human feet impressed upon some stones, which are supposed to be the footsteps of the apostle St. Thomas. The legend of St. Thomas's visit to America was repeated by others, but the legend of Quetzalcoatl was open to interpretation. At least one early writer, Chevalier Boturini, found the legend of Quetzalcoatl more suggestive of Christ himself. Ethan Smith was also fascinated by Quetzalcoatl, whom he said was the most mysterious being of the whole Mexican mythology, but he was equivocal on his identification. Smith described him as a white and bearded man, and as both a high priest and legislator, which seemed to Smith to combine the tradition of Moses the lawgiver and Aaron the high priest. In reality, the legend of the ancient god Quetzalcoatl, symbolized by a feathered serpent, was conflated by the Indians with a story of a 10th century CE ruler named Topiltzin, who reportedly had fair skin and a beard. He had left his people under embarrassing circumstances, promising one day to return. While the Quetzalcoatl legend has long been exploited by Mormon missionaries as evidence in support of the Book of Mormon's account of the resurrected Jesus preaching to the ancient Nephites, it is important to keep in mind that it was well known before the Book of Mormon appeared. When Ethan Smith combined the Lost Ten Tribe theory with the Mound Builder myth, he was forced to modify the existing theory to accommodate the passage in 2 Esdras 13:41, which declared that the lost tribes had gone to a land where never mankind dwelt. This condition could not be met if the ancestors of the Indians had come to a land where the mound builders already existed. Rather than having separate migrations for Indians and mound builders, Smith had one migration to ancient America, explaining that the Indians had separated from the more civilized tribes, resorted to hunting, and eventually degenerated into wild savages. In time, he speculated, the Indians destroyed their more civilized, peaceful brethren somewhere in North America. This theme is repeated several times in his 1825 book. Israel brought into this new continent a considerable degree of civilization, and the better part of them long labored to maintain it. But others fell into the hunting and consequent savage state, whose barbarous hordes invaded their more civilized brethren, and eventually annihilated most of them, and all in these northern regions. But the savage tribes prevailed, and in time their savage jealousies and rage annihilated their more civilized brethren. It is highly probable that the more civilized part of the tribes of Israel, after they settled in America, became wholly separated from the hunting and savage tribes of their brethren, that the latter lost the knowledge of their having descended from the same family with themselves, that the more civilized part continued for many centuries, that tremendous wars were frequent between them and their savage brethren, till the former became extinct. No other hypothesis occurs to mind which appears by any means so probable. Although Joseph Smith's Nephites were not from the northern kingdom of Israel, or part of the lost 10 tribes, the Book of Mormon follows the Reverend Ethan Smith's theory of having a single origin for both mound builders and Indians. According to the Book of Mormon, shortly after Lehi's family arrived in the New World from Jerusalem, Lehi died, and his colony divided into two major groups. The civilized, peaceful group, called Nephites, after Lehi's righteous son Nephi, built cities, worked metals, kept records, tilled the earth, managed flocks, and wore clothing. The uncivilized group, called Lamanites, after Lehi's oldest and rebellious son Laman, lived in tents, hunted, went virtually naked, and were savage warriors. The Book of Mormon's description of the Lamanites sounds like an exaggerated version of contemporary stereotypes about North American Indians. After their separation from the Nephites, the Lamanites were led by their evil nature to become wild and ferocious and a bloodthirsty people full of idolatry and filthiness, feeding upon beasts of prey, dwelling in tents, and wandering about in the wilderness with a short-skin girdle about their loins and their heads shaven. And their skill was in the bow, and in the scimitar, and in the axe, and many of them did eat nothing save it was raw meat. Thus, in the Book of Mormon, the savage group descended from the civilized one, just as in Ethan Smith's theory. Proponents of the Indian Israelite theory had to explain the change in the Indians' skin color. While some skeptics argued that the Indians' skin color, like that of Asians and Africans, was evidence that they had not descended from Adam, others argued that the change in skin color was due to climatic and environmental conditions. Traveler James Adair, for example, wrote in 1775, "Many incidents and observations lead me to believe that the Indian color is not natural, but that the external difference between them and the whites proceeds entirely from their custom and method of living, and not from any inherent spring of nature. That the Indian color is merely accidental or artificial appears pretty evident." Adair believed that the years of exposing their bodies to parching winds and hot sunbeams had tarnished their skin with a tawny red color. If the Indians' ancestors had also persisted in painting their skin and exposing their bodies to the sun, Adair speculated that nature might have effected a permanent change. We may easily conclude, then, what a fixed change of color such a constant method of life would produce. For the color being once thoroughly established, nature would, as it were, forget herself, not to beget her own likeness. Adair therefore found it reasonable to assume that the Indians' ancestors, due to climatic and environmental conditions, gave birth to dark-skinned children. The Book of Mormon gave a different solution. The Nephites were described as a white and delightsome people, but the Lord eventually cursed the Lamanites with a skin of blackness for their wickedness. Shortly after the Nephites and Lamanites separated, Nephi states that the Lord caused the cursing to come upon them, yea, even a sore cursing, because of their iniquity. Wherefore, as they were white and exceeding fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing unto my people, the Lord did cause a skin of blackness to come upon them. And cursed shall be the seed of him that mixeth with their seed, for they shall be cursed even with the same cursing. Thus, the Book of Mormon explains how a people of Jewish descent became dark-complexioned. The Nephites were continually harassed by the Lamanites until late in the 4th century CE, when the Nephites were driven by the Lamanites into the land northward, where, like the mound builders, they were destroyed in a region described as having large bodies of water and many waters, rivers, and fountains. With a burial mound in nearly every cornfield, or so it seemed to Joseph Smith's contemporaries, the Book of Mormon's warning to Jacksonian America, repent or be destroyed, was extremely plausible. What happened once could happen again. If America remained unrepentant, Mormon warned, God would unleash the Indians upon them and destroy them, just as the Lamanites had destroyed the Nephites. As Mormon prepared his people for their last stand against the Lamanites on the hill Cumorah, which Joseph Smith and early Mormons located in western New York, he warned latter-day American Gentiles to repent and humble yourselves before God, lest he shall come out in justice against you, lest a remnant of the seed of Jacob, the Indians, shall go forth among you as a lion and tear you in pieces, and there is none to deliver. While such a threat no longer seems plausible, Joseph Smith dictated this passage at a time when the fear of Indian uprisings loomed large in the minds of Smith's contemporaries. In this way, the design of the Book of Mormon was really quite clever. However, within 2 years, Congress passed the Indian Removal Act, which gave U.S. troops authority to banish Native Americans from their homelands and relocate them in the territory west of Missouri. This process culminated in the removal of the Cherokee in the so-called Trail of Tears in 1838 and 1839. Though the Book of Mormon is perhaps harsher than Ethan Smith in its judgment of the Indians, using such adjectives as wild, ferocious, bloodthirsty, filthy, idle, loathsome, abominable, and drunken, it shares his enthusiasm for Christianizing the Indians. The title page of the Book of Mormon states that its purpose is to show the Lamanite Indians what great things the Lord hath done for their fathers, and that they may know the covenants of the Lord, that they are not cast off forever, and to convince them and the Gentiles that Jesus is the Christ. In July 1828, Joseph Smith dictated a revelation that explained, "And for this very purpose are these plates preserved, that the Lamanites or Indians might come to the knowledge of their fathers, and that they might know the promises of the Lord, and that they may believe the gospel." The Book of Mormon's historical claims may seem bizarre to us, but it was written at a time when it made perfect sense. However, the mound builder myth began to wane in the latter half of the 19th century. By 1890, Smithsonian's John Wesley Powell could finally write, "The spade and pick in the hands of patient and sagacious investigators have every year brought to light facts tending more and more strongly to prove that the mounds, which have excited so much curiosity and become the subject of so many hypotheses, were constructed by the historic Indians of our land and their lineal ancestors." The Book of Mormon's obvious similarity to the mound builder myth and its subsequent demise is a serious challenge to the book's historical claims. The situation is such that we really do not need to invent limited geographies or speculate about how the Nephites might have fit in with Mayan history. The Nephites, like the mythical white-skinned Christian mound builders, have simply vanished. And the ruins of Central and South America and the earthenworks of North America have been rightly credited to Native Americans from Asia. I'm Dan Vogel. Thanks for watching.
Well, I don't know if that was the end of the video.
Yeah, that was the end.
Okay. Well, there was a plethora of information in there. It was a stack full of a lot of, primary sources and documentation, and something that we can use as a template to follow. And I think it's important to investigate, right? The scripture admonishes us to, before we judge a thing, to hear the entire conclusion of the matter. And in other words, let's gather all of the information that we can, extrapolate all of the, primary evidence and secondary sources and, articles and, and different things like that we can, and make a sound judgment as to what it is that we see and what it is that we hear. And then with righteous judgment and discernment, then we, then we act accordingly, according to, to the will of the Most High. And so, what we are doing here is just that. We're not. This is not a rush to judgment for us. Many people say you're judging us. You haven't read the book. Well, what we have here is what they say, especially in murder trials, right? We have a preponderance of evidence, not just circumstantial evidence. We have a preponderance of evidence where we can make, a righteous judgment in regards to this Oasphe and faithist movement, and deem it as so. So we're not just hurling accusations out here. You know, we want people to know that, you know, what we have and what we're able to share and what the Most High has given us is it'll get you closer to the answer than you dabbling and dealing with what I consider nothing more than witchcraft. and that's simply what it is that we're dealing with, you know, and
That's right.
everybody's,
That's right.
yeah, go right ahead. Yep.
Can I say something real quick? Can you kind of show the comparison of John Smith's doctrine with John Newberg's doctrine? Like, how
Yeah,
does it
so
correlate together?
here it is in a nutshell. Joseph Smith claimed that this lost tribe came from Israel to the Americas, and that the good ones were white and the bad ones were red-skinned. So Newbro has the same story. He has a continent of
Pan.
where was no where well Newbro calls it Pan, but it's a copy of the Old Testament story of Noah, exactly. But he puts this place in the Pacific Ocean just to be different. But the continent floods, and instead of Noah's people coming out of wherever the hell Noah was living. Excuse me, I'm kind of tired. But so Newborough has the same story, but he just puts their origin at a different place. But when they come to the Americas, they are these people in Oasphe are the mound builders, and they're kind of like midgets. And
5 foot, right?
But they were
The
white.
pygmy claim.
Yeah, they call them Newbro called them eye hens, but they were white people. You must remember this. They were white people with long yellow and white hair. So so this thing that we're talking about is called primordialism, where a white Caucasian is living in the United States and he can't claim heritage to these ancient mound builder sites. He has nothing to claim that he's a civilized person. So he makes the mound builders white people that were wiped out by the red man. And this is exactly what Oasphe is trying to say, is that the mound builder civilization was built by these midget white people, and when they mated with the Drooks, who were the local indigenous people, they made the Ihuan, which is Native Americans. So he just right down the line, he parallels Joseph Smith. He changes some things here and there. I called it the blender theory. You know, just throw a bunch of stuff in there, and it'll just dazzle them with information. It'll be so much information they can't process it. They'll be confused and they'll say, "Okay, that makes sense," you know.
Yeah.
But you know, what I say is okay, if this is Oasphe is true, how come Oasphe never mentions the Indian Removal Act, where all Indians east of the Mississippi were removed at gunpoint in the dead of winter and walked to Oklahoma to a reservation? They killed something like 12,000 Cherokee. Other tribes lost people as well, just from
Trail of Tears, right?
Trail of Tears. Oasphe mentions nothing about it. It's supposed to be the history for the last 24,000 years, and it claims to be an American Indian Bible, but they don't mention the Trail of Tears. They don't mention the genocide of the Native American tribes in this country. That's bullshit. It's
Yeah.
just a bold-faced lie. Every time you go look at something in Oasphe, you find out it's a lie.
Yeah.
It's just a bare-faced lie. And I have all the documents to prove all of this stuff. I've got 30 years of research on my computer of all these articles, of all these correlations with real things that happened that Newborough incorporated into Oasphe. In fact, this story about these white Ihin people that built the mounds that Newborough says, well, actually, there was a farmer in Tennessee that found about 22,000 coffins on his farm field. They were made out of slate, and they had an infant in them. And for 40 or 50 years, white people were saying this was a pygmy race of people that had died in, and this was a burial ground for pygmy people. Well, that's where Newborough got this. That's where Newborough got this. But actually, they were the graves of children, of Native American children who had just died when they were 1 or 2 years old from some disease. But the white man spun that story and tried to make them into pygmies until finally a doctor, a medical doctor, looked at the skeleton and said, well, these are not adults. These are baby teeth. These are all infants.
Like the Catholics did. Yep.
But this is anywhere you look in Oasphe, you're going to find that these are lies. And you know, you take any story out of Inquirer magazine about green men on the moon. Well, they had stories just like that in Newborough's time, and he incorporated that. He incorporated all these goofball stories into Oasphe and added Freemasonry and a little bit from the Christian writers and a little bit from Old Testament writers, a little bit from the Torah, a little bit from the Holy Bible, and that's Oasphe. But
and what about, where did they get this Osiris from? They got that from Egypt, right?
Well, see, you have to remember that all of these Oasphe students view us, whether we're follow the Torah or the Holy Bible, as following a false religion, and we are worshiping a false god in heaven. That's how they view everybody on the planet. You can go to India and they'll still say that, oh, the guy's worshiping a false god. So these stories about Osiris and stuff are just a rehash of the Egyptian empire and how they worshipped Osiris. But you'll also notice that Newborough ran out of interesting names. So he started copying names from Greek mythology and Roman mythology. So that's why you see Thor, who in Greek mythology is Jupiter. Thor's father, like Elder Yara pointed out, is Odin. Well, Odin is Zeus. That's with the lightning bolt, you know. So he just, you know, he at some point he just ran out of interesting names, and he just started taking names from Greek mythology and Roman mythology to use them as people in his story because he ran out of interesting names, I guess. But
Listen, he also stole. I did some research on the Book of Mormon. Sorry for cutting you, but Zarahemla. They have something called Zarahemla there, and these guys have Zarathustra. It's like almost like they combine. And you know, Zerah in Hebrew means seed, but I don't think they knew that. They just took names because the Hemla part, even though it means a seed of compassion. But it's like they just took names from all different sorts of sources and put them together. So this is definitely a spinoff to Mormonism.
It's a spinoff of Mormonism, but it's incorporating Freemasonry, and it's all written to verify the Fox sisters and spiritual communication with spirits of the dead. Well, that's what, necromancy?
Yep.
Talking to spirits of the dead? I mean, that can't be good. But these people reading on Oasphe, they don't know the Torah. They don't even know the Holy Bible. But they're taking this. They may be somebody that's for some reason or another they're against the Torah or the Holy Bible, and they see this as some great truth. And really, Oasphe is some great truth, but really it's just plagiarized from the Torah and the Holy Bible and a bunch of other made up stuff. And they're not sharp enough to figure it out. And if you start talking to them and asking them questions, they shut down, they harden up, and they get mad, they start cussing, they start changing the subject. And this video was that you just watched was about the Mormon creation story. Well, it's so parallel to the Oasphe Bible creation story that anybody that knows anything about Mormonism would recognize it right away. But it's just because for all these years we didn't have the internet to go look up things about what actually Newborough was up to in New York City. He went to upstate New York. They had another colony in Missouri, and they got thrown off of that after 30 days. They fell out with the owner. This guy was up to no good from the very beginning. And there's speculation that a lot of stuff that was in Oasphe was from a manuscript from Blavatsky, one of the manuscripts.
Oh, the say it ain't so. Not Blavatsky, one of the most wickedest witches on the entire planet. She's if you go look at the top 5 wickedest witches, she about number 3.
Well,
say it ain't so.
The Thule Society, which is a pre-runner to the German Workers' Society, was heavily influenced by Blavatsky. They didn't have Oasphe in Germany, but they did have German language versions of Blavatsky's Isis Unveiled. And her creation story also matches Oasphe. So he is plagiarized from so many places that you could spend a lifetime. And this is something I want to point out to you guys.
Yeah, bring it out.
You don't want to argue this chapter and that chapter from Oasphe. We already know it's garbage. All we want to do is let people know that, hey, this guy was a scam artist. He was running a real estate scam in New Mexico. There were children that were killed in Colorado. There was children being raped by homosexuals in Northern California.
Homosexual priests, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. So if you start debating this chapter and that chapter from Oasphe, you're just reinforcing that doctrine onto those people that are following Selah Shalom and Cosmin Cal. I doubt Cosmin Cal has any followers, but
nah, man, he got 3 people over there watching him right now.
Yeah. Right. So, but there is a danger.
It's probably his wife and kids watching him.
But my main point is there is a danger of promoting Oasphe by trying to tear apart all of these chapters in Oasphe and everything.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because
I agree.
If you look at cults, like some of these political cults that are going around right now, a lot of people got recruited in to these cults where somebody gave them a conspiracy theory, and they got on the internet trying to disprove the conspiracy theory, and they end up recruiting themselves into a cult, into a political cult. And that's the danger with going into the doctrine of Oasphe. We know it's a false doctrine. We know it's evil. Why should we be debating something that is demonic? In the Old Testament, somebody would say, we don't even mention the name of it. It would be banned. You couldn't even say that. It's like the Monty Python thing where in Meaning of Life, where John Cleese says, who said Jehovah? And they start stoning him. Well, we shouldn't be discussing this crap. It's dangerous. Uneducated people think it's real, or they could get on the internet and try to investigate for themselves, end up recruiting themselves into an Oasphe thing. And then they're just ready material for some cult leader to come along and recruit them. Because remember, I was a Oasphe reader for something like 6 years before I got recruited by a crazy lady who was promoting Oasphe. And all the people.
And that's that Mary lady, right? What's her name?
Mary Lou Brown. So all the people in that group had already read Oasphe on their own and found it in some bookstore or something. And she just happened to have a newsletter that people were sharing, a paper newsletter. I have all her newsletters. I have her newsletters about going to the moon, about the economy of money. I have a picture of this guy that was posing as John F. Kennedy. He has a criminal record for kidnapping.
Wow.
Yeah. So if we just talked about the real things, because you can't prove about something about some angel named Thor, forget it. You can debate all day about that.
Right.
And a pro-Oasphe believer will walk away thinking, yeah, I won that debate. I proved that there was some guy up in heaven named Thor. It doesn't matter. We don't care what some guy up there's name is. We're here now. The Torah is about being here now and taking care of this life, not some crazy guy named Thor who's actually Jupiter, whose father is actually Zeus. But it's pointless to try and debate an evil doctrine.
Right. Tear down the foundation, the creator of it. Where it led people. Things of that nature.
The danger is that you'll end up recruiting people that are watching on the channel. They'll go and try to find an Oasphe online and start reading that garbage. Well, they're going to get inculcated right away. There is so much damning information that really happened that we can prove through newspaper. I have all the newspaper accounts, all these crazy things these people were doing. And
we need all that.
These three homosexual priests in Northern California.
The three wise men.
Yes, the three wise men. So one of the cult leader there, I looked up his criminal history. He kidnapped a woman in Oakland, fed her a bunch of alcohol, and raped her in his car. He went to prison for 5 years. He's one of these guys that were involved in drugging these little boys and raping them. So there's so much damning evidence that we can prove 100%. Right. And I personally think we should not be debating some demonic doctrine.
So Cosmon, these are your patriarchs, the three homosexual wise men. See, we got better patriarchs than you guys. You guys got three homosexual wise men. I mean, how do you defend that, Cosmon? You over there with two people over there listening to you right now because probably one of the kids went to sleep. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, man. You have to cut this out. And I know if we get you on camera right now, you got all kind of pork chops, ham hocks, and chitlins in your refrigerator. You ain't no vegetarian. You ain't even doing no Oasphe
Right.
right. Come on, man. That's why you didn't get on here and open up your refrigerator.
And he does not
Come on,
look
man.
vegetarian at all.
No,
And
you can see
it's just bogus.
Yeah, come on, man.
Let
You
me
can see
let me just
hey, you can
let
see
me
the pork
close.
chop grease dribbling down his cheeks,
Let me close
coming
with
through his
this, and
pores.
I'm gonna shut up. But
Yeah,
would
yeah.
you
Go ahead, go ahead.
would you debate somebody that believed in Baal or Balaam
Ah,
or some
no.
Philistine religion? You wouldn't, or Moloch. You wouldn't debate
Mhm.
their beliefs with them. To hell with them. They're damned.
That's
You
what I was
know.
saying,
But
Right.
Woodson.
You just wipe them
but
out.
but you would talk about throwing children into a fire. Yeah, you would talk about that. You would talk about eating children. Uh, uh,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and all the horrendous things, all the commandments and everything they break. Yeah, you would, but you wouldn't go into their religious doctrine, and
What?
that's what I that's what I
Well, you
fear
know, oh, go
that
ahead, go ahead. My
we
fault.
would to try and debate some paragraph in a Oasphe.
Yeah.
That's true.
We could end up promoting it. There's a danger of promoting it online because people online, their brain is in neutral. They're not
Yeah.
very
Right.
discerning, as Elder Yar would say. They're
Yeah.
just butter, and they're just like butter in somebody's hands. They can just mold them the way they want, and
Yep.
um, but there's so
Ca-
much damning information about this group that
Mm-hmm.
it'll get people that are sitting on the fence to get off and get away from it, and people that
Mm-hmm.
may have heard of it will say, "Oh yeah, that's the one that raped the kids." They'll wake up, but you, I really don't think you're going to reach Cosmic Cow. I don't think you're going to reach Celis alone. These people are they've
Far
already gone
gone.
gone over the edge with this ideology, and they're the last people that you would convert. I mean, they're fun to debate online because you can tear them to shreds, but
Right.
there's more people out there that have just heard of it because of these idiots and don't
Mm-hmm.
know whether it's good or bad. And they're, like I say, they don't know much about the Torah, or they don't know much about the Holy Bible. They don't know about, hey, you're not supposed to be talking to spirits of the dead. Your Bible should not be written by some spirit that came to you and told you to buy a typewriter. You should never be talking to somebody like that,
Ah,
Right.
much less believing in a Bible written that way. I mean, come on. It's
you,
demonic. It's
you know the
demonic.
dangerous thing about the whole situation is that they could do anything they want on earth, and then when they die, or like those people who rape kids, in their mind they're gonna be okay because they get a chance to become an angel when they die, and they can even move up through these heavens. There's no punishment in that book for what they do. You
Yep.
see, that's what's
And
dangerous about it.
that's true. And you know
Well,
what, Woodson? Wisdom is so true. This is what I was saying, and personally to you guys on the side, it wouldn't even be wise to get into a debate with them about their false doctrine because last time we were on House of Consciousness, I remember Elder Yara. He was bringing up the point of who published the book, and I seen a few misled people in the chat saying, "I want to hear more about the Oasphe." So these people, they're constantly online. They're not being spiritually fed and they can get easily wrapped up into this. So I so agree. We need to just straight up chop down the tree at the root, attack its
that's right.
founder, and we know that they don't have the chief cornerstone, and this is why they're all damned. In fact, I really pray for many of these people that they come out, but we know that there's so many cults out there. There are so many cults out there. So there's so much false doctrine. But remember, the Bible says He will send them strong delusions and illusions that they may believe a lie because their hearts already dirty. He who seeth
Mm.
all of our hearts already has left them to their desolation. This is why he allows some people to get it. And sometimes people, they go through these things to come out of it, but many are called, but few are chosen. And we know this already. So I pray for those to come out. I can't wait until this debate, but I do think we should attack its foundation and what it
Yeah.
really stands for. It's
Yeah.
doctrine of Molech.
That's right.
Yeah. I think cooking with
That's
Billy.
exactly what I
I
told you, JJ. Didn't I tell
oh,
you that?
yeah, you said that earlier. Yep. That's exactly you stressing to me earlier. But I think cooking with Billy is an undercover Oasphe because he gets offended when we attack the boy and then he wants to point out something in the Bible. We eating Jesus' blood. And, I mean, cooking with Billy, just come on out the closet and tell us that you really are over there on that side. It'll
Yeah.
be okay because then at least we know what we're dealing with. It's okay, man.
They're carnal minded. They couldn't understand the things of the spirit. The natural man can't the man who is earthly cannot understand the things of the spirit. It's foolishness to them. And this is why Yahuwah will have them in derision. Sister, I so agree with you. And this is why I don't even stress it with them. They can make little video clips all they want because their understanding is so tarnished. And the little 4 views that they get, I mean, who really cares that they see these little clips of us? I mean, because they're satanic themselves. Anyone going for this stuff is satanic within themselves. So I just can't wait until we can just chop down the tree at its root with the foundation.
Right. Right, cooking with Billy. I'm not offended. I'm just like looking at you, and every time we bring out something about this cult, you refer back to the Bible and say, "Oh, this and that, and this and that." So, where are you at in your spiritual journey? You can
I
come
mean,
on here and tell us right now.
he do that every time he come on here. This is a distraction. They don't
I
pay
know
attention
he
to
is.
the topic. They try to distract you with, oh, comparison, oh, this and all that. You know,
All right,
they didn't pay
learn.
attention to school.
Yeah, go ahead, Kareem.
Go ahead.
Go
No,
ahead.
that's on
Okay,
you.
yeah. And like I say, when you die in this book, I mean, there's no laws, there's no statutes, there's no commandments in this book. There's no laws how to treat your family, and it don't teach you anything. It just says that when you die, I mean, it just says Jehovah don't even come out here and really judge man. That's up to man on earth to judge him. And then when you die, then it starts for you. You can move. You could be Charles Manson. You could be Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin and Jeffrey Dahmer, and
Mm,
they can move up and one day become your God.
yep.
That's what's going on with this book. So there's no accountability for what you do on earth according to this book. It's do with thy will is the whole of the law. You can do what you want on earth, and you ain't gonna say, "Oh, well, you know what? I'm with Oasphe. I can treat people how I want. I can rob, I can steal, I can rape, I can be rude, Paul. You see what I'm saying? And one day if I move up in the Ethereums, I'm gonna be over you. Selah Shalom, Malachi Maccabee, Daryl Cosmon, and what's the other guy? Crazy Cosmon Cow, the 4 little ponies. That's what you are.
Yeah.
You ain't no 4 horsemen.
Yeah. That
This
Daryl
information
Cosman
is
is
wicked.
something else. Daryl Cosman, that guy's evil. I had
Yeah,
a run.
okay. You got to
In with
tell.
him years ago,
All right,
but
bring it
just
out because
well,
he comes on here as this mild mannered guy and respectful and yeah. So yeah, tell us what
well,
happened. You can tell us.
man, he read me the riot act with every 4-letter word in the book. when
Now
I
look at
when I
that.
when I tried to tell him that there's something wrong with that Oasphe, and he didn't want to hear about it. But
Brainwashed.
well, it's. I think Moshe's idea is the best. Chop down the tree at its roots. Destroy
Mm-hmm.
Newborough's credibility and Owasphe's credibility, but stay away from debating their Moloch religion.
Mm-hmm.
It's only going to impress the uneducated people that think that there's something to Oasphe, they're going to go look it up. And I see a danger in that. And we don't want to be promoting it. But there's enough information just right now to destroy Newborough and to destroy Oasphe 100%. It's just a matter of, putting all the information together.
Yep.
So what we'll do, we're gonna go that route. We're gonna show all the plagiarism. We're gonna show that it's not original. We're gonna show the racist aspects of it. And we don't have to go. You haven't read the book. Well, obviously, a lot of y'all haven't read the book at all.
Exactly.
Y'all ain't read it. Y'all ain't read that whole book.
Menard. Number one, I did not say that I would sacrifice my children. I said, number one, I said he would not allow us to do that. He tested Abraham. You guys are hard of hearing and cannot comprehend. And I realize that your reading comprehension skills are down. So I'm not even going to pay y'all no mind right now. But
I think
they can't
But
understand.
that's the thing. You feel me? Half of their mamas then killed babies, murdered them in
Yep.
the clinic, and all that type of stuff.
Exactly,
I get
sis.
to disrespecting your creator, then it's gonna be a problem, knowing that she done murdered about 50 of them at the end of the day.
Sister Kareem.
Babies.
Well,
You feel me?
well,
All
hold up.
kinds of like
Let me say
That's
something.
right,
Let me say
sis.
something to Blizzak real quick, Creamer, please. Let me say something to Blizzak. Well, even if Jeffrey Dahmer is a Christian, guess what? Oasphe. See, if he's a Christian, he's gonna get judged by the rules and regulations over this way. But according to Oasphe, it don't matter if you believe in that book or not. You're going to their heavens because they the one who has it right. So they accept the Jeffrey Dahmers. They accept the Adolf Hitlers. You see what I'm saying? They accept any killer, any rapist, any pedophile, any homosexual. There is no laws and statutes in that book, Blizzak. So you can say,
Exactly.
Jeffrey Dahmer was a Christian because you're another one that always come in here and do the same thing. But it's okay. We like that. It's
Brother
okay. But
JJ.
what I'm saying to you, the Oasphe people, they open arms to these people because they become angels. They become angels and they get to rise up and ascend.
On the
And
spaceship.
they doing real good, now they're the leader over Selah Salome. They're the leader over Cosmon Cal. RuPaul can be your leader, Cosmon.
Yeah.
He can pass you up. And then the gods take turns. It's like they're elected. There's no stability. It's like, okay, well, this year, RuPaul's going to be the leader, and then 500 years from now, Charles Manson has moved up. Now he's the leader. He's the top
Exactly.
guy. The hell's wrong with you, man? You don't see the point we trying to make over here?
And to
At
him calling
least,
us Christians, the Bible says in the book of Acts, number 1, that we were first called Christians in Antioch. We were called people of the way. So try that with somebody who does not read. The
Bring it
problem
out,
is,
Sniff.
again, y'all do not read. Y'all don't understand, and y'all lack understanding and wisdom. It's truly
yeah,
sad
but
to see.
what I'm saying, even the Christians teach. If you're doing things of that nature, your ass going to hell. You're gonna burn. There's
Yep.
consequences and repercussions, Blizzak. Do you
Facts,
understand?
Blizak.
Their book, hold on, their book let them do whatever the hell they want on this earth, and they still can be rewarded and become your God, Blizzak, because according to them, you get to become an angel and be hanging out with them, all of us.
Right. And
Do
get
you
the judge.
understand, Blizzak?
Look, JJ, and on
But
top
the
of that,
thing of the
you
matter is, these niggas is hypocrites, okay? They don't
Yep.
believe in their creator, but they ain't attack none of that information. They steady talking about your God and with you and all this other, like, why are you in that business of comparison when you don't even care about the Most High, the creator anyways? Like, but
Exactly.
here you is, you not even saying, okay, well, both of it is messed up because I don't believe. No, you over here being a damn a troll hypocrite.
Yep.
yeah, that's it.
Now, if I get to talking about your creator, then I'll be wrong.
No,
Okay?
Come on, sister.
Blizzak,
Yeah, okay.
come on, man.
He said, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Even though I don't think none of
Blizzak,
them in the comments are his people. It's obvious to their fruits.
Blizzak was a student of GMS, I think, and he's still kind of hurt.
Oh,
I
no
mean,
wonder.
I
Oh,
mean,
man.
at least you came up out of
Come
it,
on.
bro. That's good.
Well, so he's now in this one now? Oh man.
I don't know what. No, I don't know what he is now. I think he just gave up on God because he was misled by, you know,
False
those leaders
doctrine.
over there. You shouldn't man worship. That's the first thing.
Yeshayahu.
Well, your first
Isaiah
mistake.
2:22. Cease ye from man whose breath is in his nostril.
Now
From
you
where
get
on
a
earth
kick
is his
out of
life accounted?
trolling
Come
you.
on,
That's all
y'all.
it is. He as soon as he
So,
see you on, he just troll. He don't
you know,
mean no
I got.
harm trolling you.
I know he don't. I
He
got.
in the comment section. He's a troll. Like that's all he do. He
I
don't
mean,
care about anything
well,
else besides, saying
yeah,
some.
I got a list. I got a list of trolls that follow me. Is they over here or they go? If I'm on other platforms, they there. Like Black Lion Supreme.
They don't care
And
what the
he
topic is.
touched me, and then he sit there and lied on me today so bad. And I mean, it's just like, soon as I come over another platform, here come Black Lion Supreme. Gotta say something. I'm
False
like, man,
accusers.
bro, yeah, man. I mean,
The
Elder
lion
Yara.
leaders.
you know what? Black Lion Supreme.
You underwater, JJ?
Yeah.
Sound like you underwater.
Oh, okay.
There
No,
you
I'm,
go.
I'm right here.
There you go.
Okay, but
Now we can hear you.
hold on. Well, Blizzak, let me ask you something. What is your spiritual beliefs?
I'm next too.
Who type it in? Because I believe you're an atheist now. Are you an African spirituality? I mean, well, what? You keep it quiet. I mean, do you follow the Kemetic gods, or are you dealing with Ula Marie from Nigeria? I mean, what do you deal with? Because over on that other channel it says, let's get back to our African heritage roots, and then we're African. And I said, well, what tribe do you associate, and what spiritual cosmology do you deal with? If you want us to get rid of our Bible,
Facts.
and they never have a goddamn on answer, never.
They always want to
So I'm gonna
claim
ask you.
Egypt.
He a man worshiper. He probably only trolling you behind another nigga. You
Yeah.
feel me? He just dedicated
Right.
to it.
They always want to
So
worship Africa. I mean
I'll take
Egypt.
that back. You wasn't with GMS. So let me ask you. Type in what do you deal with, and I bet you this gonna be blank. It's gonna be something else. Come on, Blizzak. We waiting on you.
They always
You
want to
sure can
claim
type everything
Egypt
else quick.
and never West Africa. And most of their DNA, like mine, come from West Africa. So my thing is, why y'all always claiming Egypt and stuff like that? He's probably an Egyptologist, Kemet,
Oh
Osiris,
yeah,
worshiper. And that's
yeah.
what it
He loved
sounds like.
Jabari. Jabari can't do no wrong. Jabari don't even. He's not even a
And
real
that's why I
Kemetic
say he probably
priest.
trolling you behind another nigga. Believe that is either or.
They
Believe
never
that.
come
So
up
that's
here
your
and cam up.
religion. He just told me his religion is trolling the Bible. So I mean, did you not make the choir the soprano choir or something? And you mad at the Bible or what? I mean, what's going on? You mad at the church? The hell's
Come
going?
on,
So
brother.
why do you troll the Bible?
Because he believe in
That's
it.
your religion.
He fucked up. So why not turn other heads, huh?
I'm going to pray for you, Blizzak. I'm going to pray for all of y'all. It's truly sad.
Right. Because you always have something to say, but okay. What's your replacement? Give us your replacement. Type it in there. And, I believe in self. I am the God, and all that old black woman is God, and that's what it is. Look, the Bible has been bad for who? Also, you're indigenous. Indigenous also. Also, you are a what do they call that?
Indigenous
You,
to
you over there
what?
with Dane Calloway. Dane
Right.
Calloway.
The
Okay,
Bible,
well, all right.
the
Get it.
Bible
That's
makes you
okay.
go do wicked stuff.
So,
God made him
so,
go do
so,
wicked stuff.
so let me ask you.
What
I mean,
wicked
just
stuff? Yeah.
what spiritual belief do the indigenous people? I mean, indigenous. That's a like a blanket statement. It's indigenous people that did all kind of different lands. What are you indigenous to? Come on, man. Come on, man. Finally open up. Let it out, brother.
And
You
cooking
know?
with Billy. Go ahead and finish cooking your oodles and noodles and relax.
Yeah, cooking with Billy the same because cooking with Billy is
You
Oasphe.
don't believe in, the creator or nothing like that. So I'm gonna blame your mama.
Amen.
How about
Hey
that?
man.
Your mama is responsible for this.
Hey,
That's
that's out the
right.
All
Queen.
right,
That's out the
let's
Queens mouth.
we ain't gonna do that
I'm
though.
just
That's
saying
out the
though.
Queen
Look,
mouth.
we got to be a
Yeah,
light.
but there's
Listen,
no
Kareem,
level to disrespect though. But
but
there's no
well,
level.
look,
We
we ain't
know
gonna
that.
act like. Let's not act
We
like
not,
them.
we not, we not. But we gonna keep it real. You know, since
Yeah.
you don't believe in nothing, I'm gonna blame your mama.
Uh-oh.
But trust me, you
Uh-oh.
can't even
All right.
blame them because this what I say. You can't blame nobody's parent because half of them went to church.
I'm gonna
Half of them taught them to believe
blame
in
their
God.
creator. They mamas.
Oh, somebody
And they
hurt
daddy.
them. The pastor hurt y'all because y'all was
Because they
tithing
don't
them monies
believe
and
in,
still ain't get
the
saved.
creator. They don't
Oh,
believe in that. So who they believe in
Oh
that
wait, hold on, hold on,
creator
hold
on
on,
this?
hold on.
They
Afro
only believe
Asiatics
in
not.
they only believe in the creator when it comes to something negative.
That's right.
Right. Hold on.
So
that's
Afro
true.
therefore,
Asiatic.
that
Come on,
that's why
y'all.
I'm at it. So we can't pick
Hold
and
on.
choose.
Let me address Afro Asiatic. Afro Asiatic, you came in here 4 hours late, and you want to come in here and say more sources, less filling, please. Where the hell you was at? God dang it, 5 minutes when the show started. So what you need to do is go back and rewind the tape.
Right.
That's
Just
what you
coming
need
in
to
here.
do, brother.
Hey man. Hey.
Like I
I'm,
Hey,
said,
I'm
Afro
not playing with none of them, man.
fuck
Afro
your mama,
Asiatic is a good. Hey, you know,
fuck
by
your
the way, I
mama.
just seen that. My
Cause I
apologies,
don't care.
indigenous
Like
black
I
man.
really don't care. You want to come over here and be disrespectful? There's no levels to disrespect.
Yeah,
So at
yeah.
the end of the day, you want to be disrespectful. You don't want to really, attack the topic. You really just want to be disrespectful. So I'm gonna disrespect you, your mama, your daddy, your family dog, and the rest of it. I don't give a fuck. Fuck your mama.
Yeah, but that ain't a good look for us, Kareem.
I'm gonna pray
I
for
don't
them
care.
Hey,
too.
I'm not trying to have a good look. My point of the matter is you've been disrespectful. At the end of the day, you don't believe in nothing, then go blame your motherfucking mama. So
Mhm.
yeah,
And sis,
all
they
right, come on.
blinded by the God of this world, little g, has blinded their eyes. They are following the course of this world. They are so blind. We're not even gonna waste our good
Right.
I mean they
right.
already
Yeah, we're not
blaming
fit.
the
Well,
woman
all right,
anyway.
let's go ahead and end this because
Yeah, let's go
we've
in
been
this.
on
I
for
just
4 hours.
talked about a nigga's
Right.
mama.
Hey, I know
Right. Let's
indigenous.
go ahead
I
and
know
Family involved.
indigenous black men wanted to share a source, but maybe we might have to do it another day and get to it another day. I hope you don't take it as slight. They just didn't get to it. We're trying to end the show, but
Well, he tried to call me, but I'm on my
yeah, he
phone, so I
called me.
can't let him.
He called me, and I put it in the chat. But sometimes time don't permit. I get it.
It's
Um,
well, it's probably
but
about
we'll get it.
how this ties into eugenics and Joseph. What's his name? Blumenbach, and because he got a lot of good sources on that, and scientific racism and things of that nature. So,
Yeah,
like I
but hey,
say,
man, I'm gonna
Afro
say this. Hey,
Asiatic.
y'all shout out to my man Afro Asiatic 19, man. That's a good brother, man. He's always
Well,
been
I'm just
solid.
saying, but he can't come in here and just with more sources, brother. We've been
I
on for
get
four
it. I
hours, man.
get it. I
I
get
love
I,
Afro Asiatic. He a good brother.
I
But
get
I'm
it,
just
man.
saying, man. I mean, we see you came in with all the troll. You came in when hey, we letting the trolls have it
Sister
right now. We've been putting
Karima
out good
be
information.
on it.
Oh,
Sister Karima
okay,
be on
yeah.
I
But
mean,
I'm saying, listen,
wrong person. You
we've
always
been
say
on
that.
here for 4 hours,
Don't mess around.
and you can't come in here and say that we haven't been sources less feeling, brother. Go rewind the tape. None of these trolls
Yeah.
have anything to counter anything we said. It's like y'all rooting for Oasphe. Y'all want us to
Right.
lose against this goddamn shit. You a bunch
Whoever
of
hurt
idiots
something
if
in
you
them
think we're gonna
churches.
lose against Oasphe. They don't compare. I'm gonna tell you this one more time. You you could be the most the Madame Blavatsky, Charles Manson, Hitler, all of them get to go to heaven and become a goddamn angel. There is no accountability for what they do on earth.
That's
And
right,
at
sis.
least the Bible give you some kind of accountability.
That's right.
Right.
So let's go ahead
That's
and end
right.
this. Let's go ahead
We're
and
not
end
talking
this.
about religion. We're not talking about the different sects of Christianity. We're talking about the Bible, the Holy
Right.
Ruach, the Holy Spirit. And this is where you guys have it confused. But I'm gonna keep all of them in prayer. I see a lot of them been hurt probably by them churches. I meet a lot of people like this every day. I pray and
Mm-hmm.
talk to a lot. I lay hands and heal them through Yeshua HaMashiach, through the Holy Ruach every day. So I'm gonna pray for y'all because
Mm-hmm.
it's just that hurt. Let that hurt go and that hate go, and you'll be all right. Y'all be all right.
Right.
They'll be all right.
Yeah,
And
Shaw,
sometimes
you're right.
is
Yeah, Shaw, I get it, brother. But like I say, man, we ain't got we ain't got to stoop down to their level. That's what they want. They want us to cut up and act, and start cussing them out,
Right.
and
Now
then
we
that
gotta
just
think
distract
about
for
that
all the
level.
information
But I'm
that
like
hold
that
up.
anyways. Like this ain't no different. I be at him in that comment section, so he knows that. They knows this. So ain't no faking it.
Yeah,
I ain't
but
gonna change for nobody. At the end of the day, you be disrespectful. You come to my panel and come to my
That's
comment section
right.
being disrespectful, I'm gonna
That's,
disrespect you.
that's what
Ain't
I
no
was getting
level to
ready
this.
to say. Y'all know,
Period.
who house y'all
You
in.
know who I am. Like you
Y'all know
feeling
who
me. Like
house
don't play
y'all
with me
in.
and
Fact.
then try to
This the
disrespect me.
goddamn hold up. This the goddamn Lions Den. That's the house
Y'all
we
know
in.
who house you in.
But
Yep. You gotta know.
but I'm saying we used to be real wild. They lucky they didn't catch us years ago. But I'm saying I don't want to do that no more. I don't want to do that no more. We could shut them down better than that. We ain't got to. That's their trick. That's their plan. They want us to act like that. That's all I'm
JJ, take
saying.
away cooking with Billy, sister. Take
Understand.
away
You
cooking
do
with
you,
Billy,
I'ma
Cat
do
in the
me at
Hat.
the end of the day, you
Rinse
feel
away.
me? Don't come disrespecting else you're gonna get clowned. Like period point blank. I don't care who you is.
Yeah.
You gonna get
Well,
clowned.
that's
You feel
yeah.
me?
Well, we
I ain't
get that,
changing
Kramer.
for
And you
nobody.
know what though?
At the end of the day, it is what it is.
Yeah, and
Let's
you,
go ahead and end the
Disrespectful.
show, please. Let's go
I
ahead and
don't
end the
I
show.
don't respect none
Y'all
of
gotta
these
take their
clowns
wrenches
anyway.
away. Cause they
Man, like I
feeling
said,
weight,
let's.
they
Clown
feeling
me. I don't do
authoritative
this
through
for
them
them.
wrenches.
They're nothing
yeah,
but trolls, clowns. I could tap on his name right now and you can see all the bullshit that this dude pouring out. I don't care about none
Yup.
of I don't care about none of that.
yeah. And you know what? At the end of the day, we gotta realize these grown men in this chat. These are
Yup.
no little boys.
Playing.
These
Don't
grown
play with
men
me. Don't play
are
with your
supposed
shit.
to be.
Hurt men. Grown
You
hurt
know,
men.
they gotta. Y'all come on now. Y'all grown. Y'all supposed to be men. Y'all want to come over
Well,
here if y'all want to. You can't. You just
this is
can't.
what I'm
You
gonna
just
say.
can't
This is
attack.
what I'm gonna say.
You
The
know.
Lions Den is a creation of my brand, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to change the look from where it started to now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And we ain't got it. We can handle them in a way. I mean, we let them do what they do, and we can handle them with the sources, the
Yeah.
references, and the scholars, and showing them, the truth. But it amazes me when we do bring this out, they still want to troll because they
You
are
do.
wicked. We know they
I
wicked.
don't
Yup.
care about them. I don't care about none of the stuff. I don't even care about explaining to them anything. I don't care about going against each other for them. I don't care about none of that. You feel me? Like I
Mm-hmm.
said,
I care, Karima.
I said what
That's
I
the thing.
said.
I
I don't
care.
care about none of
I'm
that.
finna
Like
go. I'm
I
finna
don't
go.
care about none of
Well,
that.
let's.
We
You
should
know
keep it
what?
rolling
Because
on.
that's the
You feel
thing.
me?
I
My
care. I
attitude
care
towards
about the way
no,
this
like I
this
don't kiss
brand
their ass. I
is
don't care
being
about none of that.
represented, Karima.
No, like
That's what I care about.
kiss my
I
ass.
care.
I don't care
My
about none of that.
creation, the Lions
Okay, then.
Den.
At the end of the day, good night.
Mm-hmm. She said good